record the session. I'm now recording the session. Thanks, John. There we are. So, yeah, you'll receive. So this bit up till now won't be in the recording, but from now on it will be. And I've even got a post-it stuck on my computer saying record. Oh, there we are. So that I think takes care of the bleed. So that okay? Any more questions about that at all? I'll show you those notes, by the way. I'll go into them in a bit more detail soon. Okay, the slug. What is the slug? If you didn't know about bleed, you sure won't know about the slug. And the slug is not where gardening and InDesign meet. It's an additional guide outside the page, as far away from the page as you want, in which you can put notes. And you can choose to include the slug when you make the PDF. There's actually a little box you can check saying include slug area. Now that means the notes that you've added are part of the PDF that goes to the printer if you're having the job printed. And that means the printer cannot pretend they didn't see it. Now that can be extremely useful. It's a way you can transfer responsibility to the printer. So for example, if you've chosen one of these formats like, I've probably gone past them all. I think I did. Yeah, that, trifold. And you need the printer to know exactly where you want it folded to avoid this problem of the edge hitting the fold. You can put the fold marks in the slug. So they're not going to be in the way of the A4 page. They'll be trimmed off and thrown away eventually. But the printer will see them, and the printer will know that they're supposed to set up the folder to those marks. And if they don't, well, you told them to, and it's their job to reprint the job at their expense, not yours. So that's what makes the slug so useful. It can be very, very, very expensive thing to miss out on. And again, you can link them. Normally what I do is just link it and say 10 for all of them, and then press the link button again, and that puts them in place for all 4. And that's usually plenty. It's certainly enough to hang on to a little dotted line saying fold here. If you use a dotted line, the printer will fold on it. If you use a solid line, the printer has this sort of uncontrollable urge to cut along it. So don't use a solid line, use a fold line. I've had 3 small brochures back in place of 1 big folded one more than once. And that's even after I put a dotted line there. So now I put a dotted line, and I also add the words fold next to it, just to try and be safe there. Anyway, now I'm going to click create. So there's my page. The black line is the edge of the A4. The magenta and purple lines inside it, those are my margins. The red line, which only goes around 3 sides of the page, that's my bleed. And the slug, which is this grey-blue line, is outside the page, 10 mil away, all the way around. Now, if I wanted, I could zoom in on that by holding down Control or Command and pressing the plus key. Or I could do minus, Control or Command minus, and go back out. If I wanted to see the entire page, I could do Control or Command 0, and that puts the whole page in the view. So that's basically how we get started. Now I'm just going to go find those notes again. Hold on. Let's see if I can find them. Bear with.
Mark, was it to zoom out if you're on Windows?
Sorry, say that again.
You were just talking about the commands to zoom in and out with your Mac. How do you do that if you're on Windows?
You just substitute the Control key. It's Control plus, Control minus, Control 0.
Okay, thank you.
So, at a guess, I would say you're using Windows.
Yes.
And any of you using a Mac?
Yes, I am.
Felicity's using Mac. Laura, how about you?
Yeah, I'm using a Mac.
Okay, so yeah, for you guys then it's Command. Samantha, for you it's Control. And otherwise, InDesign is InDesign. The only other problem that you can run into is typefaces. Some fonts will cross-platform to go from one to the other, some won't. If your final output is a PDF, which is usually what people want to be able to do in the end, then it doesn't matter because the fonts are embedded in the PDF. So it really doesn't matter from that point. You can open them on Windows, you can open them on Mac. So am I right in saying that you all want to end up being able to make a PDF?
Yes, but
Okay.
also
Yeah.
fold brochures and flyers and other things that go on the web.
Okay.
Mishmash.
Okay. So we'll end up by doing two different kinds of PDF. One is to go on a website, one is to go out to a print shop. They are different, but once you know the differences, they're quite straightforward. There's a few things that you kind of need to know about beforehand, but I'll get to those. So let me just go to InDesign Introduction online. There we go. So we've got a bunch of PDFs. These are the notes that you've hopefully downloaded. Getting started covers what we've done so far. Preference changes, setting up a page. And then I've broken InDesign down into 4 areas. The first thing that you need to know how to do is to create, edit, and apply colors. The next thing is to create, edit, and apply formatting to text. Now that uses a thing called paragraph styles. You've got a window for paragraph styles down here, and that's like a macro. So you can create a macro for headings, another one for body copy, another one for captions, things like that. And the macro can contain all the information about what typeface, how big, what color, what kind of alignment, all kinds of stuff. And all you've got to do is click inside the text that you want to apply it to, and then go click on the paragraph style, and it's all applied. So it's a really good way of maintaining consistency between blocks of text. And it's something that a lot of people don't bother with, and that's really a mistake. It's such a time saver. It's a really good thing to do. Then number 3 is a thing called text wrap. Now text wrap is very straightforward, and it just means you can say, tell the text to get out of the way of an object like an image. So you want to put an image on a page, and you tell the text to get out of the way. That's a text wrap. And it's going to take us about 5 minutes to cover text wrap, but it's absolutely vital. You've got to know how to do it, or you can't put images on pages. And then the last one, really, is images themselves, how to bring them in, how to make them the size you want, put them where you want. That's probably the most complicated of the 4, but it's still pretty simple. The only complication is there's several different ways to do it, but it's still pretty straightforward. And then there's other stuff which really covers things like the other tools, things like that we're not going to bother with. Now here's this one. Creating a trifold layout. If you need to know how to make a trifold layout and take care of the fact that the panels are different widths, this PDF leads you by the hand through the whole process. You've also got, hidden inside class files, actually you don't have, I'm going to have to put that in and send that to you because I took it out, never mind. A template for making a trifold, so I'll make sure you have that. And there's a few other things, free image archives just in case, 1 or 2 other stuff as well. Anyway, main thing is we've got our page, now what do we do with it? So what we're going to do with it is, first of all, look at how to create colors. So I'm going to take these 4 one at a time, and we'll cover them. And again, any questions, let me know. And just because we've maybe finished one, it doesn't mean you can't ask a question about it. That's fine. InDesign is actually a fairly easy program, but don't tell anybody. And what I mean by that is, for most people, they've been on a course, they know how to do InDesign, and then everyone at work thinks, oh, This person knows InDesign. Oh, good. Could you just do this? And they'll hand you a project. And they'll expect it to be, instant. 5 minutes later. Did you do it yet? Didn't you? Why isn't it finished? So when somebody says, oh, could you do this? Have a look at it and think, okay, that's going to take me about 10 minutes. And then say, 4 hours. Give yourself enough time, plenty of time, because no one else will. So your knowledge of InDesign actually will turn into something quite powerful, but make sure you give yourself enough time to do it right. Because a lot of people have the sort of boss who walks in and says, oh, can you just change this? Oh, can you just change that? Right up until the time it's supposed to go to print or on the website or whatever. And if you don't have enough time to check it after it's finished, there will be mistakes. And guess whose fault they're going to be? So if you tell your boss, whoever, you can't make any changes after this point, or there will be mistakes, maybe they'll back off. It's good to have a way of getting the boss to back off. So that might help. I tell my freelance clients that if they make changes after a certain date, I'm going to charge them double, which might be valid. If I'm doing a book and I'm on page 50 and they make a change to this on page 1, that might cascade right through and I've got to do it all again. So I just tell them ahead of time. Don't jump it on them at the last minute. Tell them ahead of time. I've got to have time to check it. From this point, don't make any more changes, and hopefully they'll stick with it. Right, so the toolbox. Some of these tools, most of them actually, have a little dark arrow in the bottom right corner. Now that means there's a flyout menu. And if you see you've got these two that look like rectangles. Now, wouldn't it be silly if Adobe had two tools here that did exactly the same thing? Well, guess what? They did. And this one puts diagonal X's in the frames, and this one doesn't. So I tend to use this one for everything. And if you click and hold on that for a second, you'll see the flyout menu. And the idea is you just go and click on whichever one you want, and that becomes the tool you're going to use. You don't have to keep clicking on the tool every time you want to do something. Once you've selected a tool, it's selected, it stays selected until you select something else. So that's the rectangle tool. The rectangle tool only draws rectangles or squares. It can't move them. So if you come over onto the page and just go click and drag like that, you'll have drawn a rectangle, and there's handles on the corners and halfway along the sides, which you can't move them with this tool. And if you try, all you'll do is draw another little rectangle. So if you want to move one of those handles, you've got to use a tool that is fit for purpose, and that's this tool at the top, the selection tool, the black arrow. Click on that, and then you can drag those handles and move them around. You still can't drag the frame around inside the frame unless you click on this little dot right in the middle. You can drag the whole thing around by that, or you can click on the edge and drag the whole thing around like that. But if you try and click somewhere else in the middle and drag, there was nothing there. This is the fill icon, and this is the stroke icon. Now, this is absolutely fundamentally important to InDesign. I can choose what I want to fill this with, and I can choose a color for the stroke, the outline. In the toolbox, whichever one of these is on top of the other one means that's the one calling the shots. This is the fill icon. It's on top of the stroke icon. I can't change the color of the stroke. All I can do now is change the color of the fill. So if I go to swatches and choose cyan, I just change the fill color to cyan. You can grab the bottom of the window and pull down. There's not many colors. You can add your own. So if I chose green, you see, whatever you click on, that's what color this rectangle becomes. Is that okay?
Yes, so I'm frequently doing this. Just as an interest, how do I add? Do I just click the little box with the plus sign to add my own swatch color?
No, that's actually to make to.
That's a left.
Oh, you can do it like that. I recommend a different way of doing it.
Okay.
Sometimes that's the way to go, but this is the way that you probably want to. This gives you the most options.
Okay.
You see, that gives you an option for a new color swatch, a flat color like yellow or cyan, or a tint swatch, which is a percentage of yellow or cyan or whatever, or a gradient swatch. And that plus sign at the bottom will only give you this one. So it won't give you these other choices. So I usually use the options button instead. Before I get to that, if I wanted to change the stroke color, I'd first have to click on the stroke icon. Now I can do it here in swatches, or I could do it here at the bottom of the toolbox. The other place I could do it is up here on the control bar. Now there they don't overlap. So I could change, if I click on the little arrow, there's my swatches window. And I can do that for the stroke as well, regardless of which one of these is on top of the other. But if I've got the stroke icon on top, how about if I choose green? Can you see it? No, you can't see it. Why not? Because it's too thin. And the reason it's too thin is because up here it says 1 pt, and that applies to the stroke. Now, I could highlight that and type in whatever I want, or I can click on this and choose 20. There we go, now we can see it. So the reason you couldn't see it before is because it was being hidden by the little blue selection frame. When you choose a stroke, you can choose to have it half inside and half outside the actual edge of the object. That little thin blue line is the actual edge of my object. If I go to the stroke window, I could choose a line stroke, that's half and half, that's put it all on the inside, that's put it all on the outside. The default is half and half, so you can align the stroke according to what you want. Tend not to use the stroke window very much, but it can be useful. We will get onto it. So how about if I want to create a new color? First thing is, don't have anything selected. Now, if I had a bunch of objects on the page and I wanted to select all of them, the shortcut would be Control A or Command A. So I'll just draw a bunch of little rectangles on and off the page. There we go, nothing selected. Command A, they're all selected. If I've got one thing selected and I want to add one of the other objects, I want to select two objects, this one, I'd have to hold down the Shift key and click on it. Now, there's no point me clicking in the middle of it, inside it. There's nothing to click on. That's got no fill. I'd have to click on the stroke, there. And now both of them are surrounded by this, it's called a bounding box. And I could add to that. If I shift click on something again, I can subtract from that. So shift clicking is another way to add to a selection. A third way to add to a selection. I've got one thing selected, I can click and drag, and whatever this bounding box touches will become selected when I let go. If I don't want anything selected, you add the Shift key to that keyboard shortcut. So instead of being Control or Command A, it's Control or Command Shift A, and that's deselect all. Now that's really useful in general. If you add in the Shift key, it reverses the polarity of the shortcut, usually. So Command A is add, Command Shift A is take away. And if you're going to mess around with colors, like adding your own swatch, you don't want anything selected, because otherwise whatever you do will automatically be assigned to every single selected object. So usually it's a really good idea, and especially when you're working with text, to do Command Shift A or Control Shift A before you open up a paragraph style. Otherwise, it can be a disaster. For example, let's say I've got a text frame. I'm working in a book. It's a chapter page. There's the chapter heading. There's the name of the chapter. there's the blurb, the body text. It's all in one frame, and I go click on a paragraph start, a caption to edit it. Everything on that page and the linked frames to it on subsequent pages will instantly turn to my caption style. Now that's a bit of it's like running into a wall if you're doing a design. You really don't want stuff like that to happen. So it's a good idea to do Control-Shift-A, Command-Shift-A. Then you can click on whatever you want. Now I'm going to get rid of all of these other rectangles. So what I'm going to do is Command-A, and then I'm going to Shift-click on the big colored rectangle, which deselects it, and then just hit Delete, and everything else disappears. Now I've got my rectangle not selected, and I can go to the swatches window and click on the Options button and choose New Color Swatch. Or if I wanted just to create a new flat color, yes, I could click on that plus sign. Either way, it will open this window. New Color Swatch. You've got 4 sliders for cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. Now, here comes a question. Some of you are doing this for the web. Some of you are doing this for print. Cyan, magenta, yellow, and black is the print set of colors. Do you know what it is for web?
RGB.
RGB. Felicity, do you ever need to put something on a website and then print it?
Yes, but I would then convert it, or I would use sRGB to print from, and that usually sets the color so it works for both. But I'm aware that if I print, then I would need to undersaturate some of the colors that I would put on the web.
Yeah, too true. Usually to undersaturate them to the point where they were kind of dull and boring. Usually.
Yeah. Well, exactly, which is why if we're going to print, then I have slightly different colors to print from.
Good idea. Yeah, good idea. Do you ever notice that images are suffering?
Well, as an amateur photographer, I get quite itsy about that. But if I don't do a lot of home printing, if I use something like Blurb, then it suggests that the color mode should be sRGB and not necessarily CMYK.
Right.
But certainly not Adobe and just straight RGB. It doesn't work.
No. Okay. Let me just show you something. So I'm in Photoshop. Do you have Photoshop?
Yes.
Excellent. This is going to be sRGB. I'll create a new document. There it is. Okay, now I'm going to click on the color chip. And RGB, they're all full on right now, which is why it's white. So it's like a simplification of the rainbow, sort of the smallest units they could get it down to, really. And this is white light from the sun. And a rainbow is when it's broken up into a full range, full spectrum of colors. Here's the rainbow. So how do you get yellow out of RGB? That's an odd question to begin with. It's there, you can see it, but how do you get it? Well, the answer is no blue. Full on red, full on green gives you yellow. Now that doesn't work with paint, but if your 3 colors are made out of light, it does work. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to put blue back on at 255. Now I'm going to turn red off and green off. That's full on RGB blue. I'm going to OK that, and this is a really useful little shortcut. Alt backspace fills that frame with the foreground color. Command or Control backspace would fill it with a background color, but that's the foreground color. So that's how it would look on a website. Now, if I print it, I can simulate print in Photoshop with Command Y, and that's what it would look like when it printed.
Yeah.
So even if I set it up as sRGB to begin with, I'm out of luck because there are some colors that you cannot print. Now that desaturated would eventually give me that. But if I've told the client, oh, this is how it's going to look, which would be really dumb, but I might have done, and then that's what comes whistling off the press, the chances are they're going to say, well, I'm not paying for that. And then it's a serious, serious problem. So this Command Y, Control Y, which is an on-off toggle, is unbelievably useful. And what I use it for mostly is I open up an image that I'm going to work with in a document and then just do Command Y, and I can instantly see what's going to happen to it when I print it. And that, to me, is probably the most useful thing I could ever do with Photoshop.
That's really useful.
Yeah, it's so
yeah.
useful. I mean, that's worth its weight in gold, that one. It's really good. A friend of mine who's a brilliant video guy, he's probably one of the top video trainers in the UK. I told him this and he was absolutely gobsmacked. He couldn't believe it. He thought if you could see a color, you could print it. He said, no, I'm sure. When I was a kid, my parents had a printer that could print this, like a little inkjet printer. I said, oh yeah, if you can find it, we're going to make a fortune. He's not managed to find it, needless to say. So,
Mark,
yeah.
sorry, so because I'm not really familiar with a lot of this. So if I had an image, I was making something in InDesign,
Yeah.
I would want to. Would I put the whole image into Photoshop to check the print colors, or just the colors, or how would that work?
I would just open that image up in Photoshop and just do that Command Control Y on it and see what's going to happen to it.
Okay, thank you.
The good news is that usually it's not too bad. Surprisingly, it's not too bad. I mean, images always start life in RGB because they've either been created with a camera or a scanner, and light is the source in both those. So they always start life in RGB. But as soon as you turn them to CMYK, you may have a problem, but most of the time you don't. If you're taking photos, or if you're using, like, let's say you're going to do a book on flowers, wild flowers, a lot of the colors of flowers are slightly fluorescent and you cannot pick them up in print. So they'll change. If you're doing a brochure about travel and you've got some beautiful picture of the Aegean Sea and blue sky, well, bad news. It's not going to be quite as blue as it was when you print it. So those are the images that you have to worry about. But generally, there is no big deal. Tiny, tiny changes, nothing that's going to bother anybody, and you're okay. But it is worth checking because getting caught is rough.
I mean, I think one of the really, really key things is to calibrate your screen.
That is true. Now, what do you use?
At the moment, I'm using either Spider Pro 5, but the upgraded version because of the changes to the upgrades to Apple. So I've got Spider, but I can also use, as a barest minimum, the color calibration in that Apple allows you to do in each on your computer. I mean, if you don't do the barest minimum, then what you're looking at may not necessarily be what the color actually is. Never mind the saturation level.
Well, that's great that you've got a Spider, because I think they are the best. For those of you who don't know, a Spider is a little sort of widget that hangs from the top of your screen, and then the software that comes with it projects colors onto the screen, and the Spider picks up how accurate they are, or not, and creates a calibration setup. And at the end of however long it takes, not usually very long, it will give you a before and after. The before is what you had before, and the after is what it can give you. And sometimes the difference between the two is staggering, and you realize how badly calibrated your monitor actually was. Now, there's 3 different models of Spider. There's the Pro, the Elite, and I can't remember what the other one is. Usually the Pro is the one that you want, the sort of mid-range one. They're not desperately expensive, really, considering what they do. They're not desperately expensive. I mean, they'll save more than they cost on one print job usually, and they're really good. And of course, you can just apply it to every computer in the office. You don't have to have just yours. And you can use them for web, you can use them for print. If you get the Elite, you can use them for, if you're a professional photographer, that's great, but it's further than most people need to go. But they're very, very good. And you can get them on Amazon, probably get them on eBay, all kinds of places. And I don't get a penny for saying that. I'm not on Spider's books. I just think they're really, really good. And I recommend them to people because they're going to save them a whole lot of grief. Right, let's go back to InDesign, how about? So, the new color swatch. At the moment, in my swatches window, I've got all of these colors, but there's a lot I don't have. They don't have a good orange, so I'm going to try and mix an orange. Now, I've got to turn black off to begin with. It will usually open with a color selected, depending on what you happen to have selected. And I had black selected. I've got the stroke icon on top, that's black. So I'm going to mix up an orange, full on yellow, some magenta, there's an orange. Okay, now if I wanted to mix several colors, I could click Add. And Add would add orange, and then it would leave this window open. That's the key thing. It leaves the window open so you can just make another color. If I'm done, I just want orange, I can click OK. There it is. Now, of course, it's immediately applied it to the stroke icon, but I don't have to use that. If I want, I can click on this rectangle, click on the fill icon, click on orange, there it is. So you can create a color and you can immediately use it. Stroke, fill, as you wish. Did that work okay?
Yep.
Fantastic. How about that? I've got to say, InDesign is a cracking program. It's really good. It's the best. I've used all the others. This is by far the best. Now, how about you want to edit that orange? You don't need the object selected. So I'm going to just click away from it. The object is no longer selected. And I want to edit the orange. This object is going to update whether it's selected or not. And that's really useful. The fact that it's not selected implies it could be on any page in the document. And if I change the color, all of those objects are going to change, no matter where they are. So I could be working on a 300-page book and have that color represented all over the place. If I edit the color, and that was the basis for every appearance of that color in the document, they're all going to change. This is the great thing about saving something as a style. These are color styles, paragraph styles, character styles, object styles. It's a style. Now to edit it, I'm going to double click on it, not up here, down here, double click. That opens up the swatch options window. Now if I've got preview turned on, I'll see what's happening to the color as I change it. So I can drag the slider. Now I've got to let go of the slider before I see a change, like that. And then every object in the document that has that color will change in exactly the same way. Really useful. So that's easy. That's how you can create, edit, and apply colors. Well, of course, that's flat colors. We didn't do the others yet. Do any of you use Pantone colors?
No.
Okay.
I think.
The silence told me all I needed to know. So you know, okay, that's good because it's an additional complication. I'll tell you about them, but I'm glad you don't use them anyway. Let's say I'm happy with this orange. I'm going to OK it. Right, now I want to create a gradient. Now, if you've not used gradients, I bet you'll want to. They're really nice and very flexible. So I'm going to apply a gradient to this rectangle. So I'll make the gradient first with nothing selected. So I'm going to click on the options button and go down to gradient swatch, third one down. And we've got a slider here at the bottom, gradient ramp, and it's got, looks like a white paint pot and a black paint pot hanging off the ends. And the sliders aren't available to me. Well, if you click on the white paint pot, these are actually called color stops. The sliders wake up. And I'm going to mix a color rather, for that end of the gradient. And whatever you mix shows up straight away. Now the other end of the gradient, I'm going to click on the black stop and everything changes. My sliders disappear. All I've got now is my swatches window. And the color I want isn't in the swatches window. So I really want the sliders back. This is why it's not showing me my sliders. It said stop color swatches. If I change that to stop color CMYK, there's my sliders. Now black is on at 100% because this was black. Turn it off, mix a new color, there's my gradient. It's a linear gradient. There's only two choices, linear or radial. I'll do linear first. I'll click OK. There's my new gradient swatch. All this, by the way, is in the PDF on color. Now I'll click on the rectangle, click on the fill icon, click on the gradient swatch, boom, there it is. And it will stretch to fill the rectangle, whatever I change the dimensions of the rectangle to. But the thing is, a left to right gradient is not really very interesting. I might want it to be at an angle. And the way you do that is you choose this tool. This is called the gradient swatch tool. And I can select that tool and then just click and drag on the gradient and it changes the angle. In fact, I don't even need to be inside the object. I can do it out here and change the angle. I could do a very small click and drag, and that's a very tight band of gradient. And above it is flat color A, and below it is flat color B. And the transition only occurs between where I started to click and drag and where I stopped. That okay?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yep. Yep.
Now I'll do Control Shift A, Command Shift A, deselect, back into my gradient swatch. So I'll double click on that, and I'm going to change it. Preview's on. I'm going to change it from linear to radial. And OK. So this works now in a circular kind of gradient. My first color is in the middle, my other colors at the edge. And again, if I want, I can click on that gradient swatch tool and I'll start in the middle and click and drag down. And there's my gradient. And you can make it as big or as small as you want. So how about if I thought, well, yeah, I really want to have more colors. So I'll do Command Shift A again, double click on my gradient. And I don't have to do Command Shift A. I could leave that selected if I wanted. Right now, I've only got two colors on the gradient. Now, don't click on the shaded bar. Click below it. And you can add a third color or a fourth or a fifth and so on. The location tells you where it is. I could move it. I could highlight that and type 45 and press Tab. The Tab key updates the window and updates the screen, but it leaves the window open. If I clicked Enter, that would have updated the object, but it would have closed the window. So the Tab key is a really useful way of making changes to a window and updating the screen to show what you've done without closing the window. While that tab is selected, I could change its color. So how about if I thought, well, I want cyan right here. Then next to it, I'm going to have purple-ish.
Brilliant.
Next to that, yeah, I'm going to have yellow. Oh, the opposite of purple. Oh, clash. Here we go. Nice. And then next to that, I'm going to have flaming magenta. Ooh. So before you know it, you're out of a job.
Mark, how did you add those little arrows to the gradient ramp? Did you just click on it?
Do you mean these things above the line?
Whatever you're doing that makes the different colours.
Oh, all I'm doing is just click, like here's a space here. I'll just click in the middle of that space underneath the bar. Bang, I've got a new color. And while it's selected, I can change its color to whatever I want.
Okay.
So I could select any one of these and I could say, oh, I don't want yellow, I want orange now. Or I want green, and it'll change. The little diamonds above the bar are the midpoint of the blend between the two adjacent colors beneath the bar. So all of those are on a scale of 0 to 100 between those two colors. And you can move them and change the, you can see that the magenta line is expanding or contracting depending on which way I pull that. So it's just moving the midpoint of the blend. But of course, the main thing is, don't do a gradient like this unless, I don't know, you're on...
LSD.
Yeah. Medication. So if you want to get rid of them, it's dead easy. You just grab them and pull down, and they're gone. And you can fairly quickly return to comparative sanity and keep your job. So I've known people go overboard with special effects. So yeah, be careful. Anyway, otherwise gradients are lovely. You know, if you've got a layout that involves color, and you've got even a subtle gradient running through that color, it draws the eye much more than a flat color will. It's just more interesting for your eye to look at. So we tend to look at things with gradients longer than we would otherwise. So they're a good marketing tool. Anyway, I'm going to OK that. So now I've got a gradient. Now I'm also going to do a tint swatch. Now let's say that I've got a nice green. Let's say I like that green. I don't particularly, but let's say I do, and I want to do a tint swatch of it. Now I've got a tint box here. So if I drew a rectangle, which is going to have a green fill, and I'm going to choose none for the stroke. So this will have just a green fill, no stroke. Ta-da, there it is. But I want a tint, and I'm going to change that to a 50% tint and press the tab key. And that's now a 50% tint of that color. Now, a 50% tint means it's still completely opaque. Any object that I draw is automatically on top of anything that was already there. So if I drag that and put it on top of this other rectangle, it is on top of it. I could change it. I could move that behind it. While it's selected, I could go Object, Arrange, Center Back. Or Object, Arrange, Bring to Front. Now you might notice there's two other menu items. Object and Arrange also has Bring Forward, Send Backward. I don't normally bother with those. I usually just use Bring to Front, Send to Back, because that's usually what I'm trying to do. What the other two refer to is, you know, if I had 50 objects on the page, I've got an effective, I've got effectively 50 layers, a hierarchy of 50 layers. And if I use bring forward, it only brings the selected object forward one layer, which might not do what I want. But bring to front, center back always does exactly what you expect, so those are the ones I use. So a tint is always opaque. Even if it's a 1% tint, it's still opaque. I'll put it back to 50. But I could also make a 50% tint of this color. So I'll put that back up to 100. Oops, not 1,000. There's my green. Now, while it's selected, I'm going to go Options button, New Tint Swatch. Now, you can ignore this and the sliders. They're absolutely irrelevant. I don't know why Adobe bothered. This is the biggie, tint. Now, if I put in here 50, and press OK. I've now got a new swatch, and I'll drag this edge of the frame out so you can see. It's a 50% tint, and you can move them around in the tint in the swatches window as well. So I could collect together various tints of green. There's the solid, there's the tint. Two swatches, I can have them both. Whereas if I chose the green and said I want a 50% tint, every object I've applied the green to will suddenly become a 50% tint, and I'd lose this 100% density entirely. But this way I can keep them both. Now there's another way that I could create what looks like a tint. I'm going to duplicate this. Now there's a couple of ways of doing that. This is Adobe. There's like 10 ways of doing everything. I could go copy, paste. That's Control-C, Control-V. Or edit copy, followed by edit paste. That's one way to do it. Here's a quick way to do it. Select the object you want to copy, hold down the Alt key, and you see the cursor turns into a double cursor, and then just drag. And there's a copy. Now this one, I'm going to change that to 50% opacity, not 50% tint. And up here on the control bar, this is my opacity slider. Now I could either use the slider, or I can just highlight that, type in 50. Now in this case, there's no window to close. I'm just press Enter. And that's now 50% opaque. If I put it over the top of this rectangle, you can see the rectangle through it. If I do another rectangle, Alt, click and drag, and I'll assign that 50% tint. Interestingly, it's not quite the same color, but it's pretty close. But this one is entirely opaque, and this one is not. So that's the difference between the tint and opacity. If I had got my layout all finished and I thought, okay, that's perfect, now I'm going to see how it looks for print, I'll deselect everything, Command-Shift-A, and then just press the letter W. And that's Print Preview. And what it's supposed to do is show me how my job's going to look like when I print it. Now, in practice, I've found that invariably I want to move a few things around if I'm holding a printed sheet. So do this by all means, but then print it. And then hold that sheet in your hand, print it off, or whatever you've got in the office, laser printer, inkjet, whatever. Hold it in your hand and look at it. And you might find that you decide, well, the balance isn't quite right. The balance here on screen, you see, is affected by everything on the screen. You might think you're just looking at this page, but you're seeing all this other stuff too. And that's actually affecting the visual balance. But when you hold it in your hands, nothing is affecting what's on the page. You might decide you want to move a few things around. So, and especially if you're going to do something like Felicity for web and for print, get it set up for web, but then print it. And you might decide that you're going to want to move a few things to make it work in print. You may then decide that that actually looks fine for the web version as well, and then they'll be consistent, and they'll both be good. So that's how I would do it. Right, now that's color. So now we've done flat color gradients and swatches. Flat color gradients and tints. So I reckon we're pretty much done with color. As I said, obviously, if any of you want to ask a question, we can always come back to it. If you want to come back out of print preview, you just press W again. And now I'm back out. So now I want to go on to text, which means I want to add a few more pages. So I'm going to leave this here for now. And if you go to the Pages window, and in the Pages window, we've now got a different appearance to what I had with no document open. That's my document. That's the spine, that long line on the left-hand edge. So page 1 is a right-hand page, which is why the bleed comes out on the right-hand side, not the left-hand side. The master page, which we're going to get onto fairly soon, shows me that my original document format is for facing pages. Now I'm not going to deal with the master pages yet, I'm just going to deal with the document pages. So below this line, which you can drag up and down, this is my document area. And if I click on that, I can choose to add pages. Now let's say I'm doing a 16-page booklet. So I've already got page 1. I'm going to add 15 more pages. They're all going to be after page 1. I could put them anywhere I wanted. Though right now I don't really have much choice. I could put them after it or before it. And they're all going to be formatted with the master A page. That's why there's an A up here in the top right-hand corner. It just indicates that the formatting for this page is being controlled by the A master. And of course, by whatever I put on the page. So I'm going to click OK. And there's a string of 16 pages. Oh, let's put it at the end. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Now, there's a more efficient way of showing you the pages in the document, because if this was a 300-page book, that's a column that goes through the floor. So I probably wouldn't want that. I'd want to see something a bit more condensed. And this is how you do it. Click on the Options button, go down to View Pages, and choose Horizontally. Much more efficient. And now I can see all 16 pages, and I can make my pages window a bit smaller. And if I made that a bit wider, I can make it even shorter yet. Now, if you want to get around in a multiple page document, don't use the scroll bar. Double click on the page you want to go to. I'm going to go to page 8, bang, bang. I'm now on page 8. That's page 9, that's page 8. If I want to go to page 16, double click. You see, if you use the scroll bar, let's say I'm on page 1. Well, no, do it this way. I'm on page 16. I want to copy and paste something onto page 1. So I'll select something and copy and paste it. Then I'll scroll all the way to page 1. There it is. And I paste. Nothing happens. Because the Pages window doesn't think I'm on page 1. It thinks I'm still on page 16. So now that won't always happen. Sometimes it'll work perfectly well. It'll realize you're on page 1. But as a general rule, don't scroll around to go from page to page. Now you will find that I break that sometimes. I will do it. Actually, I'm more likely to do this. And what I'm doing there is I'm holding down the space bar. The space bar turns the cursor into the grabber hand. Now it is down here on the toolbox, but if you do it with a shortcut, you never need to bother with changing the tool. And as soon as you let go, you're still using the tool that you had selected before. So that is a really good shortcut. Yeah. Now, if you're working in text, which we're going to be doing, obviously, if you hold down the space bar, you're going to get some spaces in your text. So that's not such a good idea. So there's another way of doing it if we're working in text, and I'll show you. Anyway, I don't want to bother typing something. I'm going to cheat. Get the type tool, that's the letter T. There are some other tools here, but I'm just going to use the type tool. Come over onto the page, and then you just click and drag, and that draws a frame. Type frames typically have no fill and no stroke. It's just a box that you can put text into.
Can I just ask a question? Because you didn't look like you were dragging anything. You just looked like you were magically extending the box.
Oh, okay. So does that mean, can you guys see my cursor?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, I'll tell you what, let me try that again. So I'm gonna delete this. So there's the text tool. So you can see, can you see my cursor now?
Yes.
And it's got this different appearance.
Yes.
So I'm just going to go click. Now that turned it into a little crosshair. I don't know if you can see that.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, that's my cursor. I'll click and drag. Magic. I don't know what to tell you.
No, it's just interesting because your cursor stayed the cross stayed where it was, and the box somehow extended.
Oh, I may have just drawn it and left the cursor there. I'm not sure. Anyway.
Well, play around with it. I just thought, sorry.
I don't normally do magic this early in the morning.
No, it's fine.
So there's my text frame. There's a flashing cursor in the top left corner. So if I type something, that would work, but I'm not going to bother. What I'm going to do is this. Type, fill with placeholder text. Instant garbage. Now that's called lorem ipsum, which in the graphics industry is known as bogus text. Now in the case of InDesign, it kind of is bogus text, but then again it's not. It is actually classical Latin. And these are speeches by Cicero, apparently. I don't speak very much classical Latin, so I don't know for sure. Anyway, that is text that I could use as a space filler. If I'm designing something and I want to show, well, there's going to be text here, I could use that until the real text arrives. Then I can just do a substitute. And it's kind of useful because I've got a word count in InDesign. So if I was going to design something that had 500 words of text in it, I could say, okay, I need 500 words of this stuff. And I could go to Window and then down to Info, and then just click inside the text box, which I've already done, and it tells me I've got 463 words. Now, depending on the audience, of course, I may need to change that, because if I look down here, there's some long words. So this is going to be an article that appears in something where the audience maybe not so sophisticated. I might not. I might need shorter words. Anyway, it's entirely up to you. So if I wanted more words, what I could do is this: get the selection tool, click and drag on that handle to extend the frame a bit, go back to the type tool, click at the end again, and then say type fill with placeholder text once more, and it just fills the frame. And now I've got more than I need, and I could delete stuff until I've got exactly the right number of words, and gradually work my way back to 500 words. There we go, and use that. So that can be quite useful. Also, you can format this. You could highlight it, and you could format it using this stuff. I could change the size. I could change the typeface. There's a whole list here of all the different typefaces installed in my system, all kinds of stuff. But that's not the best way to do it. Because if I wanted to repeat the appearance of this somewhere else, I'd have to highlight that text and format it in just the same ways. How much quicker it would be to save this appearance instead as a paragraph style, and then I can apply it somewhere else. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to zoom in with Command++. And I'm going to make this bit of highlighted text look like a heading. Now, if I want to move the page around, like I said, you don't use the spacebar if you're working in text. You hold down the Alt key, and that gives you the grabber hand. If you use the spacebar, all this will disappear, or you get space in your text, something like that. So now I'm going to make this bold. So I say, actually, I won't go Arial. I'll say Amazon Ember. I've got the Amazon typefaces here, which I'm not really supposed to have. There we go. And I've got very bold, heavy, 15 point. Let's make it 18 point. And I'm going to change the color of that to orange. And then I'll just click inside it. So do I want it to look like that? Yeah, that's great for my headings. That's how I want my headings to look. So now I need to save that appearance as a paragraph style. And all I need to do is have the cursor flashing away inside it, but that's absolutely vital. If my cursor's down here somewhere, it's going to pick up this stuff, not this. So the cursor's got to be inside that. And once I've made the paragraph style, I'm not going to change it up here, because those changes won't be part of my paragraph style. So I'll go to paragraph styles. Now you get a paragraph style. That's what formatted all this stuff. This is not my basic paragraph style. It's got a little plus sign after it. What it's saying is, well, it started out as this stuff, but some other stuff's been added to it. Click on the options button, new paragraph style, and I'm going to call it heading. Apply style to selection. That is super important. Otherwise, I'll create my style, but it won't be applied to this stuff. Also, down here at the bottom, it says add to CC library. Now, I don't have that checked because the CC library is going to slow me down a bit. Now, I will tell you about that in just a second. So first of all, I'm going to click OK. Now I've got a heading style and it's applied to this stuff as well. Okay, let's say now I want another heading. So I'm going to put the cursor in here, put in a bit of space, and there I'll type new heading here and click on it. And that's why paragraph styles are so useful. It's instant. It's exactly the same as the first heading. They save you so much time, it's silly. Now I've got space above and below the heading here. I don't here. In this case, the space is a full line space. I'll delete that one, and I'll delete this one. Now I can add space above it and below it another way. But I don't want to do it by double-clicking on the heading style because my cursor is actually involved in type. Command-Shift-A. Now nothing's selected. Now I'll double-click on heading. Now I can edit it, and the edit will apply to both of these because nothing's selected. And I'm going to go to indents and spacing. Now in indents and spacing, this is my alignment choice, and there's lots of others. You're probably fairly familiar with the top four. I doubt if you're familiar with the others. So justified types where it lines up on the left and the right-hand side of the column equally, like newspapers. But left justified tells you what it's going to do to the last line of each paragraph, which is usually short, and it's going to kick it over to the left like this. Or center justify would center it, right justify would kick it to the right, full justify would spread it to the full width of the column, which is pretty strange. And these two, towards and away from spine, are for automatic page numbering, which might appear in the bottom left and the bottom right corners of the facing page document, so you'd want them to be aligned in towards the spine or out away from the spine, and I'll cover those in a bit. I'm happy with left for now. Here we've got space after. Now I don't have preview turned on. I'll turn preview on because that will then update the screen as I change numbers here. And each time I click on the up arrow, I'll get 1 millimeter of space after the heading, like that. And if I wanted more space before the heading as well, that's space before. Let's add a few mil there. Okay. And it did it to both, and they're both exactly the same. And now they both work. This work okay so far? There was a deathly hush.
Yes, just have to unmute yourself.
Can I just start? I might have blinked. I think I just missed something. So
Yeah.
when you did the paragraph style and you went to new paragraph style on the right-hand side,
Yeah.
And you moved the cursor so it was where you've got that question mark where it says Volapatator. How did you have to select everything in orange, those 3 lines in orange. So
No,
InDesign would know it was that you.
I didn't. I didn't have to select the whole thing. The key is in the name of what we're doing. It's a paragraph style. So it's going to apply itself to an entire paragraph. It'll look for the beginning and the end of the paragraph and just format the whole thing. So if I'd applied it, for example, in this area here, that whole thing would have become orange. In fact, I'll do it now. I'll just get the type tool, click inside it. Hello, there we go. And I'll click on heading. Boom. Because it's a paragraph style. So now I'll undo that. There is an undo. Control or Command Z. How useful. Probably the Command and the Z key will be worn out before any of the others on the keyboard because it's a very useful shortcut. So that's why you only have to click inside the type. So long as your cursor is inside, it will apply itself to the whole paragraph. Now, if I click there and press Enter, now I've got 2 paragraphs. And if I click in this one and click on heading, only that one changes, and this one doesn't. So heading style, paragraph styles apply themselves to whole paragraphs.
Okay, thank you.
Cool, okay. So I hope you guys get the sort of import of what makes paragraph styles so useful. They're really, really good, really good. Imagine, here's a little scenario. You're working on a booklet. There's headings right the way through it. Lots of pages, 80 pages. And there's headings all over the place. And they're orange. And last day of production, in comes the boss and says, I don't like orange, I want them to be blue. And you think, great, there's 80 of them. Thank you. And you don't have to change them all individually. All you've got to do is go into the paragraph style and change the color to blue, and it's sorted. As soon as you click OK, every single heading in that document changes. And you didn't have to do them all individually. That's how useful they are. Now, because they are really useful, we're going to go through them in a bit more depth. So we'll have a break first. So it's just gone 11. We're supposed to have a break, 15-minute break, and then we'll come back at 11:15 and carry on. So I'm going to briefly stop recording. Could I ask you guys to remind me to start recording again? Just in case I forget. So I'll turn off my screen, turn off my mic, and I'll be back in 15 minutes. But is that okay for everybody?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Back soon then. See you in a minute. Hi, is everybody there?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
good. You're all here. Excellent. Okay. And I've already pressed the record button. Which
well done.
Congratulations.
you probably have to remind me at the beginning of each session. So, is everybody okay with what we're covering so far? Any questions?
As long as they're all in the booklets, perfect.
There may be along the way a couple of things that I tell you that are not in the booklet, but in the PDFs. I can't think of any yet. But if I will try and remember to tell you, oh, this one isn't in the booklet. Okay. Excuse me. So I believe we were going to go through the heading paragraph style in a bit more detail. So I'll open that up. I'll double click on it. Oh, no, I won't. Look, cursor's in the middle of the text. If I double clicked on that, even if I just selected it, that paragraph would change to my heading style. This is why it's so important to check, like I nearly didn't. Command-Shift-A. Okay, now nothing's selected. Now I can double click on heading and it won't change anything. Now, of course, because I'm using this in the document, if I change this, these examples of heading in the document would immediately change. For example, if I went to character color There's orange, where if I change it to blue, that will immediately change because preview is on. I couldn't change it to anything I wanted in here because this will only allow me to change it to things that are inside the swatches window. So if I'd been told, well, it's got to be, these percentages of cyan, magenta, yellow, and black, I would have to go create a tint swatch of those percentages. Then it would show up here. Then I could apply it. I'll just put it back to orange. Okay, so in the General tab, that's where you name it. When you first create a style, that's the only time this Apply Style to Selection option appears. And similarly, that's the only time Add to CC Library appears. Now, I did say I was going to tell you about that. The CC Library is the Creative Cloud library, not the InDesign library. That's different. The CC library means if you're using Photoshop, Illustrator, whatever, and you create a color swatch here in InDesign or a paragraph style in InDesign, and you want to be able to use it in Illustrator, in Photoshop, if you add it to your CC library, you can go into any of the other CC applications and open the library, and all of those assets will be in there. And you could use them straight away. And that's what that's for. Now, because this is an InDesign course, I'm not using Illustrator or Photoshop, really. I mean, I touched on Photoshop, but I won't do it again, promise. And we'll see about that. I'm not going to cover CC libraries per se, but that's what they are. They're dead easy. If I just drag this over, there they are. You can just add stuff to them. Very, very straightforward. I'm not going to bother with them. So, based on a next style. Now, those are useful, although I personally don't use them very much. Based on means if you've got a sort of hierarchy, like you've got a heading and a subheading and another subheading that's smaller, but they're all going to be the same color, things like that, same font. You could base the subheading on the heading and base the other subheading on the subheading and create this sort of hierarchy. And they would all inherit characteristics from the parent style. And if you change the color of the parent style, they'd all change. That's how that works. And the next style means I don't have to bother about going and clicking on a style to format the next paragraph. Just by pressing enter, I'm automatically being pushed into whatever next style is listed here. So if my next style was basic paragraph, and in basic paragraph my next style was heading, then it would mean each time I pressed enter, I would be automatically into that next style. But I don't normally bother. So I'm just going to say same style. Now, basic character formats. There's my font family. Now, there's two ways to create a paragraph style. One is you just come straight into the paragraph styles window and click on the options button to say new paragraph style, and you start filling in all this stuff. Or then you better know what your font choice is going to look like, because you don't get a sample here. Whereas if you do format a little bit of type to look how you want, and then you change that into a paragraph style by having your cursor inside it and then going paragraph styles, options button, new paragraph style, then you do get the styles. You do get the samples showing up against each style, so it's much easier to make your choice. If you've got different styles associated with that font, you can choose them here. Sometimes you will, sometimes you won't. You can change the size to whatever you want. You can either choose from the list, or you can just highlight that and type in your own. And I could have 18.33 if I wanted. Leading is the space between the lines. And this, if it's in parentheses, this is what's called auto-leading. And auto-leading is 120% of the size. So auto-leading for 10-point type is 12 points. And it just means that the descender, like the G, that's a descender, and the L, that's an ascender, they're never going to touch because the leading is bigger than the size of the type. That'll keep a little bit of space between the lines, no matter what. Metrics is a kerning command. Excuse me. This is spacing, so is tracking, but they're different. Now, if I said I want a tracking of -50, everything scrunches up. And if I said +50, everything spreads out. And if I said 0, that's about right. Metrics refers to the spacing between individual pairs of characters. Now, you can't have all those different combinations in a little window like this, but there are 3 choices: metrics, optical, and none. Now, if I choose none, well, don't choose none. It's just a bad idea. Metrics is based on the size of the character in the days of metal type. The bigger the character, the bigger the metal block. And there's a little bit of space either side of the character, which means when they're all pushed up together, your type is spaced properly. It's not all touching. And metrics is just a linear expansion and contraction of that space as the type gets bigger or smaller. And then optical, now if I'm using 18 point or above, I use optical. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. I don't know if there will be any changes, but let's see. I'm going to choose optical. Look for tiny changes in the spacing. There were 1 or 2. So it's a little bit different from metrics, and it's based on this looks better. It's Adobe's idea of this looks better. Should you agree? Well, Adobe are pretty good with type. Most people, when they think of Adobe, they think Illustrator or Photoshop or InDesign. Actually, Adobe started out life as a type company, and they know type really, really well. And I like a lot of the default choices for Adobe Type. And I prefer optical for 18 point or above. I had a big slice of cake on my break. It's making me cough. Sorry about that. Anyway, that's kerning and tracking. Case, normal just means upper and lower case. I could use all caps or small caps. That's sometimes nice. And it says open type, all small caps. I don't have open type. Open type means a particular kind of font. And I'll tell you about it. If I click, I'm just going to, I'm not going to OK this for a moment. And I'm going to click on this list of typefaces. And you see, as well as the sample over here on the right, it says O or TT. So TT means true type. If the font is a true type font, it means it's a different file on a Mac and a PC. Whereas if it's open type font, it means it's the same file on both. You can take a Mac font and install it on a PC, no problem. But you can't do that with TrueType. They're different. So an open type font is special, and it usually means it's got a vast character choice. There's lots and lots of characters. And in amongst those will be real small caps, which means they're not scaled down versions of the big capital letters, which in this case is what they are. So if I open up that heading start again, and I go to choose small caps, you can see that the weight of these is slightly lighter than the weight of this big cap. That's because they're scaled down versions. Whereas if I had open type small caps, they wouldn't be scaled down. These would be the same weight as this, and it would look a bit better. Position, just leave it on normal. You can choose, superscript or subscript. Superscript is like the 2 in 4 squared, and subscript is like the 2 in H2O. You don't usually want those for a paragraph style. You might want them for occasional characters, but not for a paragraph style. Ligatures. You may or may know what ligatures are. In the medical profession, ligature is the word used for stitches. So ligatures hold things together. And in the case of type, they combine 2 letters. So let's see if I can draw one. Actually, I'll go to Photoshop. I'll draw it in there. Let's turn this to white. And I'll get the brush tool. Okay, so in the days of metal type, if you have the letter F followed by the letter I, then the overhang on the F kind of pushed the I a bit further away than maybe you'd want. So they came up with ligatures, and a ligature of F and I looks something like this. Combines the 2. That's a ligature. And it means you don't have the extra space that you didn't want anyway. And if you've got an open type font which has ligatures, and you've typed F followed by I, it'll take them out and replace them with the ligature if that's checked. So Adobe were one of the pioneers of open type fonts. They're very proud of ligatures, so that is checked as a default. I kind of like them too. Okay, let's move on to advanced character formats. Let's say you wanted the condensed version of this font, but you don't have it. You could tell the horizontal scale to be 80%. Now I'm going to type in 80 and then press the Tab key. And there it is, condensed. I didn't change the vertical scale. It's still the same height, but I did squish it all a bit. And that's good enough to fool most people. I'll put it back to 100. Similarly, if you wanted the italic version and you didn't have it, you could give this a skew, a skew of maybe 15 degrees, press Tab, and now it looks as if I've got italic. I don't, but it looks as if I do. That wouldn't fool quite so many people. Now here's a good one. If you work with other people who use InDesign, wait until one of them's out of the room and then open up this and change their spell checker to, I don't know, Gujarati or something like that, and see how long it takes them to figure it out. You'll only get away with that once. Baseline shift is for moving type up or down. Again, you don't normally use it for a paragraph style, but you might want to use it here and there. So I'll show you that and super and subscript a bit later on. Indents and spacing. We were here before. Space after, space before. You could also put a left indent on everything, like that. You could do a right indent on everything as well, which will push in from the other side. And if you're doing a book, you could do a first line indent, which will only affect the first line. You could also do a last line indent, which I don't actually use. So I'm not going to bother with that. Tabs, I have an example that we'll look at. We don't need to do it here. Same for rules, borders, and shading. Keep options. Okay, I'm going to show you this in Photoshop again. Let's say you're doing a book. And it's a facing page book. And you've got a paragraph on the left-hand page, and the last line won't fit, so it has to go over the page. That's one example. Here's another example. These are both examples of things that you should try and avoid. This is the same thing, but in reverse. Only the first line fits, and the rest of the paragraph goes across the page. Now, those are both kind of considered a bit naff. Try and avoid them. They have special names as well, and this is an example of just how happy early typographers were. Because this one's called a widow, and this one is called an orphan. And the way to remember them is widows go on alone, whereas orphans get left behind. And this is specifically intended to avoid that happening. Because what you can do here is you can say, keep at least 2 lines together, and it won't allow you to separate them out like that. But if that happens, and of course if that happened, it would take away the bottom line here, and it would add it over here. And similarly, on this one, it would take away that line, and it would push the whole thing over here, so that now the paragraph is a line longer. And in both cases, you've got a gap at the bottom of the page on the left, and you can't do anything about it because this won't let you. So I don't use this. I use a different method, which I prefer, but drives some people nuts. It used to drive my father nuts. He was a typographer, and he hated this. In fact, I'm going to OK this. I'll show you now. I'm going to go across to the right-hand page. Oh, that's not a right-hand page. I'm on page 1. Let's go to page 2. There we go. So I'm going to draw a little text frame here, and I'll fill that with placeholder text. Now, see, that's quite a big cursor. Why? Probably because heading is selected, which means it will fill it all with orange heading type, which I don't want. I want it to fill with smaller basic paragraphs. So again, you've got to be careful. Now I can do type fill with placeholder text. And that's not quite what I had in mind. I'm going to stretch this out. I'm going to try and artificially create a widow. Let's do it a bit more. Okay, let's try it. There. That's a widow going on alone. Now I'm going to duplicate this, hold down the Alt key, click and drag, and now I'm going to hold down the Shift key, because now, see, right now I could put it anywhere. If I hold down the Shift key, it can only go in a straight line, vertically or horizontally or at 45 degrees. Now I'm going to select all of the type in this one. And up here I've got horizontal scale. Well, if I turn that down to 99, it's solved the problem. Every character in this block is now 99% of its original width. Can you tell? Of course you can't. Absolutely impossible. But my father used to climb the wall when I told him I was doing this. He'd say, you can't do that. You're changing the design of the typeface without the permission of the designer. Yeah, I'd say that's exactly what I'm doing. And you know what? I don't care, because it works, and otherwise it's going to take me ages. So he never could agree with it, but when I said, can you tell? He'd have to admit he couldn't tell. So I said, well, in that case, I'm going to keep doing it. Now, I do have one client in Boston who's super picky. I could take this down to, now, right now, this is at 99. Well, I could take it down to 97, and he still won't notice. Most people won't. If I take it down to 96, he will notice. He's weird. I could go up the other way as well. If I couldn't sort it by the time I got to 97, I could try going up to 101, 102. Hey, sorted. Again, sorted. And he can't tell. If I go up to 104, he could tell. But between 97% and 103, he can't tell. And he's really, really picky. Like this, he won't allow hyphens at all. I've got 2 of them here. He won't allow any 2 lines to end with the same letter. Well, there's an I, there's an S. there's a T, you know, I'd be in trouble. So I have to be really clever about how I'm fixing his stuff. And this way of changing the horizontal scale is how I do it. And he is definitely a person I say at the beginning of a project, after maybe, you know, let's say I've said it's going to take about a month. I'll say, you know, after the first 2 weeks, you do not make any changes to the type or I'm going to charge you double. And I am, because the number of things I've had to do to make his type work would mean I'm going to do at least twice as much work if he changes anything. So that, to me, is a really good way of fixing it. Unless your dad's a typographer, then you may have some more explaining to do. I can use the spacebar to move this around right now because I'm not actively working in the text. As soon as I click in the text of the type tool, I'd have to use the Alt key. So I'm going to go back into the paragraph style heading. And we just looked at indents and spacing and these and keep options and hyphenation. Okay, I've got a hyphen. I don't want anything hyphenated. That's easy. Turn it off. If you have that turned off, you won't have any hyphens in your work at all. If you do allow it, you've got very good control over how you allow it. You might have a small hyphenation zone, which is the area, the end of the line in which a hyphen can happen. But outside that, won't allow it. Things like that. Justification. Now, this is not something you normally have. I don't change these numbers at all. This is too subtle. These are fine by me. I'm happy with these. And that's auto-leading. But this is an important one, especially if any of you have to actually type stuff into InDesign. You'll want to know about this. I can't remember if this is in my notes or not, so you may have to scribble frantically. There are 4 choices here. There are really only 2 that are important, these 2. Paragraph Composer, Single Line Composer. Now Adobe liked this one, Paragraph Composer, because they invented it. Most of us are used to this one, Single Line Composer. Oh, just let me turn that off. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. Right. So, Single Line Composer, oh dear me. I think what I'll do is I'll put the phone underneath a cushion for a second. Hang on. Hey, I found the off switch. That'll do. Oh, no, I didn't. Right, so let's say that you're working in a type measure that's this wide, a column that's this wide as this part of the window. So you'll start typing, you'll type, and let's say you get to here and you know that the next word isn't going to fit. There's not enough room. So it's going to turn the word onto the next line, and you know that's going to happen. You're ready for it. No surprises. That's Single Line Composer. Now let's say you type, and you know the next word will fit. There's plenty of room. So you type the word, and it moves it to the next line. And it's a bit of a jolt. You weren't expecting that. And that could happen at the end of every single line. Because whereas Single Line Composer is only concerned with how much space that line has, Paragraph Composer is looking at balancing the line endings for the entire paragraph. Now that can really change your day. So my recommendation is this. Choose Single Line Composer, type in your text, then come back and change it to Paragraph Composer, because I can almost guarantee it's going to look better. Adobe are very, very good with type. Span columns, I've got an example, drop caps. If you're not familiar with what drop caps mean, I'll show you. Oops. That is a 3-line, 1-character drop cap. Pretty straightforward. So you can decide how many lines deep you want it to be and how many characters you want it to be, and that will happen at the beginning of every paragraph. Now, it may be that you're doing some kind of document, you want that on the first paragraph, you don't want it on any of the subsequent paragraphs. So what you would have to do is this. You create your first paragraph style with a drop cap, and then you create a duplicate of it and take the drop cap off the duplicate. And then you'd apply the first style to the first paragraph and the second style to everything else. And if you want to know how to create a duplicate, it's quite straightforward. I'll locate this again. Photoshop's just making my computer hiss, so I'm going to go turn this off for a second. Okay, if I want to make a duplicate of the heading style, while it's selected, I can click on the Options button here and say Duplicate Style. There it is, and then I'd go down to Drop Caps and Nested Style and turn the drop caps off, and then maybe rename it saying Heading No Drop Cap. And that would be it. Now I don't actually want that, so I'm going to delete it. But that's how you do it. Okay. Oops. Oh dear. This is a perfect time for that phrase, do what I say, not what I do, right? So Control Z, Command Z, oh good. Command Shift A, mark, there, okay. Now I'll double click on heading style. Okay. So that was drop caps. Greps I'm not going to do. You'd hate them anyway. Bullets and numbering, I've got something to cover it. Character color, you know about that. Swatches window. And these are too esoteric for this course, and that one would you'd be unconscious before I'd finished telling you about it. So I'm not going to do that one either. And believe me, you don't need to know about it for almost everything you're ever going to do with InDesign. So that covers paragraph styles, probably in plenty of depth, I would say. Any questions at all about paragraph styles?
No. No.
Cool, okay, right. Which means we've covered 1 and 2. We can move on to number 3, which is text wrap. So for text wrap, first I'm going to do Command 0, which fits, oh, I know. It's not working. Oh, there we go, Command 0. There we go. So that fits the page in the screen. Now I'm going to go to Pages window and double click on 2 again. And for this one, I'm going to draw a big type frame, filling the whole page. Again, my cursor is quite big. It's got an orange letter here. I've got the wrong typeface, select the wrong paragraph style selected. Paragraph styles, basic paragraph. Type, fill with placeholder text. That would be a daunting prospect to have to read that. Anyway, I'm going to put an image into that by using text wrap. And I'm not going to use a real image just yet. I'm going to fake it by using a rectangle. So I'll get the rectangle tool and then click and drag over here. Now I don't have a fill color or a stroke color. If I chose a fill color and a stroke color right now, it would fill this frame with that color or put an outline around it of that color, because this frame is instantly selected just by me choosing the rectangle tool, because I never did sign off on it. So the first thing I want to do is do Command Shift A. And now it tells me if I draw a rectangle, it's going to be filled with green, which is fine, like that. I'm going to pretend that that's an image. And my image is going to go here. But at the moment, it doesn't tell the text to get out of the way. The text just flows underneath it. So there's no text wrap. Now, if I want real control over the text wrap, what I'm going to have to do is get it from the window menu and add it to this stuff over here. And when I do that, then I'm going to save this as my own workspace, because that would be a kind of handy thing to have. So Command-Shift-A, just in case, Window, Text Wrap. And the text wrap window opens more or less in the middle of the screen. Now I can grab it by its name and drag it over here. Don't let go of it just yet. As soon as you get into the zone, you'll see that this list of stuff highlights in blue. Wherever it's highlighted in blue, if you let go, that's where text wrap is going to land. Now I could move it out of there. I could put it somewhere else if I wanted, no problem. Once I've got it in this workspace, this is no longer the advanced workspace. I've changed it. So I'm going to turn it into my own. Is there anything else I'd want to do first? Actually, there is. I don't want the gradient window. It's misleading. I'll start to use that instead of swatches to assign my gradients. Now, you can't save a swatch in the gradient window. And every time you make one in swatches, it's automatically saved. So in general, this swatches is a better way to use gradients. And this one maybe is a bit of a red herring. So I'm going to drag that out, grab it by its name, drag it out onto the desktop, close this window, close gradient. So I've taken out gradient, I've added text wrap. This is definitely no longer the advanced workspace. And if I clicked on Reset Advanced, text wrap would disappear, gradients would reappear, and I'd have to do it again. So what you should do now is go to Advanced and go down to New Workspace, type in your name, click OK. You've now got your own saved workspace, saved to exactly this configuration. Now, if I was working all day and I tend to be a bit messy, and maybe I've dragged swatches out here and I've not had room for it, so I've closed it. And I've done that with a bunch of pages and thought, this is taking up far too much space, get rid of it. And then a few minutes later, I need swatches, and I think, oh, it's gone. And the default setting for most people is panic, which is no good to anyone. All you need to do is this. Click on the list of workspaces, reset your name, and it comes straight back to how it was when you first saved it. Now that's really good for two reasons. One is it saves you time. It's fast. That's great. Anything that saves you time in InDesign is great. The other thing is it stopped you stressing out. That's actually even better, because stress will kill you. And graphics is a very, very stressful place to be. And if you're not careful, it'll get you. So any way you can find to take the stress out of it, do it, please. Anyway, back to text wrap. Now I've got the window. I'm going to click on the object, open up text wrap. I've got 5 options. That's the first option, no text wrap. Text and object ignore each other completely. The second option, wrap around the bounding box, which in the case of a rectangle or a square means the shape of the object. So if I click on that, that's pretty good. There's not enough space on the left. And that's because I didn't have an additional offset on the left. Now, these are the offset windows. They're all linked, so be careful. I'm going to unlink them. And this one will push away on the left-hand side of the object. Each time I click on the up arrow, I get 1 millimeter of space pushing away from the object, giving me a wider space around it. If I had the object over here instead, no offset on the right, let's add an offset on the right, like so. If I've got an ellipse, it's a bit different. Now I'll show you how to draw the ellipse. You choose the second tool down and you click and drag. Tricky, huh? But with an ellipse, if I put that in the frame and then choose this option, it wraps it to the bounding box, which is a rectangle that holds the ellipse. Now I don't want that. I want it to wrap to the shape. That's number 3. And it has one offset value, which pushes out equally all the way around the object. Now I deliberately put this object on the left-hand edge rather than like that. Don't do that. Your readers will club together and put a contract out on you if you do that, because you've got to read the first part of the line, then jump, and then read the second. It's really a bad idea. I could get away with it if I divided this text into 2 columns. And I can. I'll move this out of the way. Select the type, go up to Object, Text Frame Options, Preview, Number of columns, 2. So as well as adding column guides to a page, I can divide a text frame into columns as well, as many as I want. And I've even got a gutter width between them, and it tells me how wide the columns are. And then I could get away with having an object in the middle, or a pull quote. Now that's a very common thing to do. How do you do it? Well, I'll show you. Let's drag this out of the way again. And I'm going to create a bogus pull quote. I'll make that much bigger. And I'll center it. Now I also want some space above it. Object, Text Frame Options. This is a very useful window. Inset spacing. I'm going to unlink that, and I want more space at the top. And it pushes it down like that. There we go. Oh, letting's pretty big. Oh, it's huge. Okay, let's change that to... I'm not bothering to make a paragraph style for this because it's only going to be here for a short time. Now I'm going to drag that, put it in the middle of the page. And I could tap on the arrow keys and make sure it's centered. Then I'll apply that to it. And if I press W, that's how it would look. So you can apply a text wrap to chunks of text if you need to, which is useful, as you'll see. Let me pull this back in. And I'm going to undo the double column on the text frame. How about if I want an image and I want a caption underneath it? So I need space. So I'll select the object and I'm going to increase the text wrap below it quite a lot to make space for my caption. Then, of course, I have to make my caption. If I pull that into the window, the text wrap kicks it out of the way. So the only way I can make that appear is by going back into text frame options and checking ignore text wrap. And then that frame is not affected by the text wrap that's been applied to the object. And I can put it anywhere I want. Now, a lot of the work that I do is books with pictures. And if I couldn't do that, I wouldn't be able to use InDesign. I'd have to have found something else. That is so useful. I can't tell you. Now, there's other options with text wrap as well. I've shown you the shape text wrap. How about this? If I put that here, and then I click on that, that clears the space either side of it. Or I could do this one. This means everything below it disappears, and it can only appear in the next column. Now you see, once the type in this frame would no longer fit, I get this red cross down at the bottom. Just means there's more type and it's not been put anywhere yet. I'm going to show you that in a bit more detail over here. So I'll draw a fairly small text frame. Actually, what I'll do first is Command-Shift-A. Then I'll get the type tool. And I'm going to go to Paragraph Styles and choose Basic Paragraph. And I'll draw a text frame like that. Fill with placeholder type. So let's say this fills up page 1, and I want to continue this type onto page 2, because now that says everything fits. This is called the out port. This is called the in port. They're both empty. All the type in the frame fits. But if I grab that handle and pull up, now it doesn't come in from somewhere else, but it stops going anywhere at the end of the frame. That red cross says so. So to continue the type in another frame, which could be on another page, I would just go bop on that, one click, and it loads the rest of the type into the cursor. And don't just click, click and drag and draw a frame. And if you need to, do it again. Now that's the end of it. If I wanted to make sure these are connected, I could go to View, Extras, Show Text Threads, and these blue connections appear between the frames, showing me not only that they are connected, but the order in which they're connected. InDesign is so good with this stuff, it's great. But let's say, complicate it further. I'm working on a design and I think, well, yeah, I want that there and I want that there, but I don't want this text frame. I want an image to go here instead. So I'll delete that one, grab an image, put it there instead. And then a bit later on, I think, well, you know, actually, I did want a frame of text. I don't want this image after all. So I'll move the image out the way, draw a new text frame, but it's not connected. Click on the preceding frame. Even though that connection is showing, click on the out port and then go hover over the new frame and see I get a link icon and then just go click and then linked it straight back in. It's kind of like Lego. It's hard to break it. Surprisingly hard to break it. Just going back to these shape tools for a second. That's a rectangle, that's an ellipse. How about if I want a square and a circle? So I'll get the rectangle tool. And as I draw it, I'm going to hold down the Shift key. That's a perfect square. And if I do it with the ellipse, that's a perfect circle. Now you don't let go of the Shift key till after you've let go of the mouse, because if you do, it won't be an ellipse, it won't be a perfect circle anymore. So the Shift key is what's constraining it to being a perfect shape. So don't let go of it until after you've finished drawing the shape. The third tool on the flyout there is called the polygon tool. Now with both the rectangle and the ellipse, if I've drawn a rectangle. I choose the rectangle tool, and then I just go click on the page. Ooh, there, I get this window. And the window is supposed to ask me if I want one this width, this height. Now, it took me a couple of times to get it to click. I'm going to select that again. Okay. Now I'm going to click on the rectangle tool and then click on the page. Great. Okay, ignore that. So it should show the width and the height of the rectangle that you just had a minute ago and say, do you want another one just like this? And you can, of course, enter whatever width and height you want. Click OK, and there it is. And it's the same with an ellipse. If you've drawn an ellipse, well, let's say I haven't drawn an ellipse, I just click on the page, and again, it asks me what size of ellipse I want. Now, I don't normally bother. I just choose the tool and drag and draw the shape I want. But with the polygon tool, it's really worth clicking on the page. Because not only does it ask you what width and height you want, it says how many sides do you want, and do you want a star inset? So what are these? Well, let's say 0. And I'll say 5 sides. So I want a 5-sided shape with 0 star inset. There it is. Now I'm going to do another one, 5-sided, but this time I want a 50% star inset. And that's what a star inset does. Very useful. You could draw up to a 99-sided shape with a 99% star inset. It would take you quite a while. Sorry, go ahead.
So what's the percentage referring to?
Okay, if you imagine, let me just zoom in, hold on. I just used another way of zooming in that I'm going to show you. Okay, let's park these side by side. Imagine that I've got an additional anchor point here in the middle of this side, and that has been pulled 50% of the way towards the center of the object. And that's what it's doing.
Okay. So that's one side of one of the points is 50% of the radius of the 5-sided polygon, or whatever side.
It'll do it. It'll
Why
create.
do I need to know that it's 50%? If
Sorry,
I just wanted to,
how do
if
you
I
know?
just no, I mean, why do I need to? Why do I need to know the percentage? I think I'm asking.
Well, you don't need to. It's just that that star inset percentage is going to affect the shape. And so it depends what kind of shape you want. For example, if I said, I want 50 millimeter wide, 50 millimeter tall, and I want 90%.
Okay.
It's done that. So it just means you get a different shape.
Okay. Right.
Now, having drawn the shape, I can change it. So as well as the selection tool, which is the top tool in the toolbox, I've got this one. This is called the direct selection tool. Now, if any of you use Illustrator, both these tools exist in Illustrator as well. In fact, quite a lot of these tools do. And when I choose that tool, I lose the bounding box, which is a characteristic of the top tool, the selection tool. And instead, what I've got are anchor points, these little tiny blue blobs. And they are denoting a path, and that's the stroke of the object. And the anchor point, the position of the anchor point, determines the shape. Now, right now, they're all selected. If I dragged on one, they'd all move. And the reason for that is, a few seconds ago, the whole thing was selected with the selection tool. Well, if it's not, and I get the direct selection tool, and I just click on it, now the whole thing's selected, but the individual anchor points are not selected, which means I can click and drag on one of them and move it and change the shape of the object. If I'd had the whole thing selected, So they're all filled in blue. I could click and drag around whichever one or ones of them I wanted to work on. That one stayed filled in. These are now all hollow. I can drag that to a new position. If I hold down the Shift key, I can click on another anchor point. Now those two are selected, and I can drag them both to new positions. So sometimes this is referred to as the Shape tool. It's got additional uses when you start to use it with this guy, the Pen tool, which I'll do probably tomorrow, maybe later today if I have time. That's a bit of a complication. Do any of you use Illustrator? Guess not.
No.
No, okay. So if
not
you
really.
did use Illustrator, the Pen tool is, well, it's one of the main tools in Illustrator. In InDesign, Photoshop, it's there, but you don't use it as much. But in Illustrator, because it's for drawing shapes and stuff, it's one of the main tools, and it's a very, very useful, excellent tool. I'll see if I can get to it. We'll see. Anyway, those are the three shape tools, and that's how to use the direct selection tool with them. Now, there's another useful thing about different shapes. For example, I'll pull this one down here, and I'm going to zoom in again, and I'll overlap them. Let's say, let's make this a slightly different color. Oh, slightly different. Let's make a really different color. All right, there we are, slightly different. Okay. I want to combine these two into one shape that's got this common outline, this one outline. Select them both, and then go Window, Object and Layout, Pathfinder. This is also from Illustrator, though they improved it a bit in InDesign. Now these are the Pathfinder options. This one is Merge or Add, and it turns the two shapes into one shape. And if I added a stroke to that, it's one stroke. That's really handy. I'm going to undo that a couple of times. The second option is cut the top object away from the bottom object, like that. Third option is only leave me with where they overlap. Fourth option is leave me with everything except where they overlap. So that's actually a hole. And the fifth option is cut the back object away from the top object. I don't think there are any other options that I could apply to that, but those are really, really useful. They'll save you a whole lot of time. And one example of where they might be very useful indeed is, let's say I'm doing a document for print, and I've got this object, but I don't need this bit of it. I only need it up to the bleed. Well, if I wanted to be really neat and tidy about things, I could draw a rectangle. I'm going to change the fill color to white. Oops, wrong one. Command Shift A. Okay, change the fill color to white. Draw a shape that goes right up to the bleed, then select them both and choose that one. And now this object ends at the bleed. It's just a way of tidying up. That's just one minor use of the Pathfinder window. It's a really good window, really useful. So that's basically text wrap. I think we're about done for text wrap, unless there are any questions about text wrap.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So sometimes when I've cut and paste text into the boxes, then you get the kind of little red cross that shows that you're not there's text that to be contained. Sorry,
right.
to show.
Yeah.
I always have problems I guess, expanding the box. And I don't know if I'm just being really silly, but is there a quick way of expanding the box so you can see all of the text, if you see what I mean?
There's not a quick way of saying, show me everything that fits in here. The quickest way to expand the box is just to get the selection tool and usually to grab one of the handles at the bottom and pull and make it bigger. And that's a good way to expand the box. But you see, the problem is you don't know how much you've got to expand it by, because the frame itself doesn't tell you anything more than this stuff won't fit. It doesn't tell you by how much it won't fit. Well, there is a way you can figure out that. So if I delete these two frames, so now I've got the red cross at the bottom of this frame. Now if I get the info window and click inside the text with the text tool, then it says 198 plus 132. 198 words fit inside the frame, 132 words don't. So it gives me an indication of and 7 lines don't fit. Roughly how much I'd need to expand it by to make everything fit. And that's the only indication you get as to by how much you've got to increase it. And the other way, as I said, you just get the selection tool, grab the handle at the bottom and pull. Now there's the thing. If you just grab the handle and pull, you don't get a live preview. If you grab the handle and wait a second and then pull, you do get a live preview. Which means I can now drag exactly as far as I need, and there's all my text. If I'm too impatient, just drag. I don't know where I need to stop. So it's always worth waiting just that fraction of a second more. You see that gray box to the right of the cursor? That's usually the indication of when you're going to get a live preview. If I just click and drag, I didn't give it enough time to appear before I started dragging. If I click and wait, there it is. Now I'll get a live preview. So you'll get
click, wait, and drag. Sorry, say that again. I think I talked over you. I didn't hear what you said in the last.
Oh, their live preview applies to a lot of stuff, not just text frame. Here's another example. See this shape here? If I just click and drag, I don't seem to be dragging a shape around. I'm dragging a frame around. If I click and wait for a second and then drag, now I'm dragging the shape around. That again is giving me a live preview, which if I'm impatient, I don't get.
Right.
So it's always worth waiting just for a second before you start dragging.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure. So what we're supposed to be doing now is like between 12:15 and 12:30 is a sort of an optional question and answer session if you want. So if there's anything that you want to ask about, go right ahead. I mean, don't ask me stuff like when's lockdown going to end. I don't have that. Soon, I hope. But anything else? Yeah.
I had another question. Sorry, I'm talking a lot. It was going back.
This is your course. You talk as much as you want.
It was going back to the gradient swatches.
Right.
So can you make two separate, when you have the radial swatches, so can you create two on the same page?
Yes. If you've got two separate styles. Oh, I think I know what you mean. Okay, let me see. Do I have a linear gradient? I've got a radial gradient. Well, let's do that. Okay. So I'll go to a new page, close that down, and I'll draw two shapes, and they're both going to be filled with the gradient swap. Okay. And then this one, I'm going to change. And this one, I'm going to, oops, wrong one. So you can have different treatments because neither of these are referring to the color style itself. What I've done with both of these is a local edit on the page. Now, I don't know if that's what you meant.
Not so. If, for example, we're in the top left. So, if for example, the whole of the page is purple.
Yeah.
And I wanted to have where you've got that kind of at the top left, where you've got the whitish circle, and then if I wanted a kind of a style, so then at the bottom there would be another whitish circle. So would I be able to do that?
Yes.
If the whole page was coloured in.
Yeah, you would.
So you'd have sort of dials on one page, if that makes sense.
You'd have to cheat. I'll show you how. So I'm going to create a little circle in both these. Like that. Okay. Now that gradient doesn't reach the edge in either case. Oh, incidentally, this sort of weird torchlight thing is what you get if you just go click. You don't click and drag. It's weird. Anyway, I'll click and drag and do something else. There we go. Like that. Okay. So the edge of the gradient is inside the frame in both cases. Now I'm going to create another frame on the page. Goes to the bleed at the top and the bottom and just goes to the spine there. And that's, now that's interesting. Okay, I'm going to do a new color swatch. Oh, but I can't do it. So I've got to find out what that purple is. Hold on a second. It's 80-80. Okay, that's easy enough. So make a new color swatch. 80% cyan, 80% magenta. It is going to apply it straight away to this, like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll drag these on top.
Oh, okay. Right.
And then press W, and you can't see the joint.
Right. Okay.
I think that's the only way you could do it, because you cannot have more than one gradient shape like that in the same window. You can in Photoshop, but you can't in InDesign.
Right.
Do you know how to do that in Photoshop?
I don't, but I'm assuming it would be just with the gradient tool again.
Yeah, but let me just show you, because I've got the photo. Well, it won't take a second. Well, several seconds. But.
It's just that when you did this early this morning, that's something I'm working on for this image. It's exactly the thing I was looking at and trying to work out how to do.
Okay.
Like,
Sometimes what I do with a gradient is I actually create it in Photoshop and bring it as an image into InDesign.
Mm-hmm.
Because in InDesign, a gradient is what's called vector. It's not made up of pixels. Whereas if I do it in Photoshop, it is made up of pixels, and that allows me to have different, I can do different things with it. So I'm going to do same colors, 80-80, like that. And I'll just fill that. Now, if I wanted to do a gradient on top of that, I could use white to transparent.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've got linear, radial, weird, reflective, and so on. Let's choose diamond. So,
All right.
if it was doing a foreground to background gradient, which is what it usually wants to try and do, that would repaint the entire frame And where it stopped painting the white, it would start painting the purple. So if I just did that, I could do one, but I couldn't do any more than one. And each time I drew it, it would repaint the whole frame. But if you choose white to transparent, it paints the object and then fades out to nothing. So you can do as many as you like.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, cool. There we are. Any more questions? I guess that's a no. So, in that case, we should maybe break for lunch. So lunch goes till 1, so I'll be back here at 1 o'clock, and I hope you have a good lunch, and I'm going to turn off recording now, so please again try to remind me. And I'll turn off the screen and the mic, and see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Right, I'm back again. Everybody there?
Hello. Yes.
Was that you saying no, Samantha?
No, I said yes. I said hello.
Oh, sorry. The mic just cut the beginning of that. I thought I heard this sort of no.
Oh, I'm not here.
Oh. Right. So Samantha, you're just here for the one day, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so I shall make a point of making sure that you get what you need to know out of this. Next thing we're going to cover is images, how to bring them in and put them where you want and so on.
Are you recording?
I am. How about that? Thank you for reminding me. What I've done is I decided to write the word record, exclamation mark, underlined, on a post-it and stick it on the middle of my screen. So I have to deal with that before I can deal with anything else. A good method. Anyway, right. So I'm going to first of all make sure I'm on a new page. Now I can see a new page there, but it's not on the screen yet. So I'm going to double click on it. There we are. Now it's on the middle of the screen. And when you want to bring an image or anything else for that matter, text from Word or whatever, into InDesign, use the same command. And it's not import, it's place. And the place command, the shortcut is Command or Control D. So if I go to File, there it is, Place, Command D. So that's what I'm going to do, Command D. And those aren't the pictures I wanted at all. So let's go to Documents. You'll find these in the pile of notes that I sent you. There is a folder called Class Files, which we haven't even used yet, have we? So if you go into that, you'll find that there's a folder called MISC Images. And in there, I'm going to go to this one, Stonehenge. Now, when you first select that, it's loaded into the cursor, as you can see on my screen. Now, I've got two choices in terms of putting that on a page. One is to just go click, and that puts the whole image here at full size. Now, full size depends on what it was saved at before. And if I want to find out what kind of properties those are, I go to the links window. And the top half of the links window details all of the images you've got in your document or other imported objects, linked files, and the bottom half tells you about them. Now, the word linked is important because this image is not embedded in the document, it's linked to it. So that means that there's a reference in the file to where this image lives on the hard drive. Now, if I wanted to make a PDF, it would go get it and put it in the PDF. And if I wanted to print it, it would go get it and print it. But if I wanted to save the document and email it to somebody, it wouldn't go. They would get a representation of it here. It would be a very low res, poor quality representation, but the actual image wouldn't be there because the image file is not embedded in the document. If I wanted to embed it, there's a downside. You see, linking is a very efficient way of dealing with it for most purposes. But if that was a 50 megabyte image, which it isn't, but if it was, and I embedded it, my InDesign document just grew by 50 megabytes, which means very, very soon, you can't think about emailing the document to somebody. You're thinking about, buying a forklift truck to move it around. It's unwieldy. And the bigger the document is, the slower it works, the more susceptible to damage it is, all kinds of stuff. Still, sometimes you might want to do it. And in fact, for all of the notes files that I work with, I've actually embedded all the images that I use. I've got particular reasons to doing that. I could link them, but I prefer to embed them. A linked file relies on the continued presence of the original to look good. And if you've not embedded a link and you end up deleting that file, and in many cases I'm just working with screenshots, they're not embedded, which means as soon as I delete the screenshots to free up a bit of space, the image is not as nice as it used to be. So I embed them. And I could go to the options button and say, embed link. And that puts this icon there. And it means now my file just grew by however size this image is. But if I packed it up and emailed it to somebody, the image would go too. It would be embedded in the InDesign document. It wouldn't go as a separate item. If it wasn't linked, and I could choose that again and say unembed link, which means it's going to revert back to the original. Now if I sent the document to somebody, I'd have to send the image as a separate item. And then when they opened the document, it would reference the image and they'd be able to see it. So it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. It's up to you which one you choose. Now I'm going to undo that after all this. And it's loaded in the cursor again. The other way to put an image into InDesign, instead of just clicking, which puts it at full size, I click and drag and I draw the rectangle as big as I want it to be. And when I let go, there's my image. Now, quite often that's the way that I use because I've got a space in a document and that's where the image is going to go. And I'll just click and drag and make it fit. But I might not get it exactly right, which might mean I want to expand or contract the entire image or cut bits off it. Now, if I want to expand or contract the whole thing, I've got to hold down the Command or Control key and the Shift key, and then hover over a corner, and remember you wait for a second before you click and drag to get the live preview. And then I can click and drag. Now the Shift key is maintaining the proportions, and the Command key is making something else happen. I'm going to let go of that before I let go of the keys, and I'll show you another property which relates to what the Command key was doing. I'm going to grab this hand at the top and pull down. And then I'll grab this one and pull in, and this one, and this one. Now I didn't change the size of the image, I changed the size of the frame. There are two objects here. There's the image and there's the frame. And if you hold down the Command key, when you're resizing, it says, do this to both of them. But I didn't hold down the Command key when I did this. And if I click on that circle, that amber frame is the image. I click away from it, and I click on somewhere else, not on the circle. Now I've selected the window. It's like I'm peering through a letterbox to see Stonehenge. That's the letterbox. I can change the size of the letterbox without touching the image that I'm looking at. So there's two objects here. You can use this method to crop the image, cut off bits that you don't want. And you can click on the image, and if you click and wait for a second, you can drag it around with a live preview, and position it within the viewing frame where you want. And if I wanted to expand both of those now together, I'd click not on the circle, somewhere else, hold down Command and Shift, click and drag, and expand the two simultaneously. Fortunately, that's all in the notes. There are a lot of other things relating to images, but I want to keep it straightforward and to the point of the things you're going to want to do the most. That's basically the kind of stuff you're going to want to do the most. Now you can also draw a frame and then bring an image into it. So I'm going to delete this and I'll draw an ellipse. And it doesn't matter what it's filled with, because whatever the color is inside the ellipse, the image will go on top of it. Now, while that's selected, I'm going to go File, Place, and I'll select the same image, Ascend again, Open, and there it is inside the frame. Now, while it's still selected, I could go Object, Fitting, Fill Frame Proportionally, which means the entire frame will be filled with the image, and the image is going to be held to be proportional, like that. If I get the selection tool and click on that circle, I can see that the image just fills the top and the bottom of the frame. Obviously, there's lots more image either side, but I told it to fill the frame proportionally. If I wanted to move the image now, I could tap on the arrow keys and move it around. And remember, this is controlled by the keyboard increment that I had under Preferences earlier on. Now, if that wasn't enough, if I wanted to move it a lot more, but I didn't want to bother going into Preferences, if I hold down the Shift key and then tap on the arrow key, that's called Super Nudge. That's like 10 times what you get if you don't hold the Shift key down. And you can move the image around in the frame like that. If I click on that, actually, if I click somewhere else and not selecting just the image, but now the whole thing basically, and then said Object, Fitting, Fit Content Proportionally, it means either the width or the height of the image is expanded to fit inside the ellipse. And whichever of the height or the width that it hits first, it stops. And the result would be that. And now the image just fills the width, but it doesn't fill the height because I didn't tell it to. So I can see the background color above and below it. If I've got just the image selected and I hold down the Shift key, I can click and drag and resize just the image. And if I click and wait for a second, I get a live preview. If I held down the Alt key as well as the Shift key, it redraws the image from the center. So it scales it out from the center on all four sides equally. And if I select the image and I go File, Place, choose something else, it replaces it. And again, I would have to go maybe fill frame proportionally and like that. Now that stuff takes a while to get used to. If you work with images a lot, then pretty soon you'll find this is second nature and you just do it without thinking about it. Probably to begin with, you'll find you're thinking far too hard and it's downright irritating. Now, as well as the actual technicalities of importing an image and putting it where you want, there's other things to consider with images as well. What color is the image? And I don't mean, is it green with red flowers? I mean, is it RGB? Is it CMYK? Well, that kind of information can be found in the links window. This image is a JPEG. It's on page 5. Its color space is RGB. That could be a problem if I'm going to print. The status is OK. Now for a linked image, which this is, it means right now it knows where to go and find it, either if I make a PDF or if I print it. It's not missing, or it's not been edited since I put it here, which is a possibility. It also tells me the size in terms of kilobytes, this thing called ICC profile that I'm not going to get into right now. And then a couple of important bits of information: actual PPI, effective PPI. So anyone know what PPI stands for? And it's not personal protection insurance. Pixels per inch.
Okay, yeah.
Same as DPI, synonymous with DPI. So different output methods require different resolution. So that's the resolution. How many pixels per linear inch? So it's 72 across and 72 up and down. So roughly 5,000 pixels in a square inch. It sounds like a lot. It's not really. If I was going to put an image on a website, do you know what resolution I really should have for the website?
72, isn't it?
Well, funnily enough, it's not. It used to be, but it's not anymore.
Much higher.
Sorry?
For me, I don't think I'd put an image. I usually have it sort of 200 plus, but I wouldn't put an image on the web below about 150, simply because on bigger screens it starts looking pixelated and not very good. If it's 72, it's nothing like.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's my what I find and what I would do. 72 is far too low for a clear, crisp image on the web.
It's true. 72 is what old Mac screens used to be. That was the resolution of the screen. Windows machines have had a resolution of 96 forever. And some years ago, Mac finally caught up. And so Mac screens are now 96 dpi, so are Windows. And so for most, monitors like laptops, most desktops, yeah, that's fine. 96 is okay. Once you start getting onto a big screen, it still looks a bit pixelated. But the trouble is, how you're looking at it isn't determined by the resolution of the image anymore. It's determined by the resolution of the browser. And if the browser is displaying on screen without anything else getting in the way, it's going to display at a relative resolution of 96. And that's what your images will do too. So you may find it will improve a great deal by saving it at a higher resolution if it's going to be looked at on a bigger screen. And with some devices, there's software built into them that adapts the image to the screen size you're using. For example, if you wanted to look at a website on an iPad, iPads have a huge resolution. It's just incredible. Much, much better than desktop screens. Phones have a much better resolution, which is why things tend to look really, really tiny on phones. So some devices will adapt things. But it's important to find out what is going to work best on the output method that you're going to use and then build to that and sort of ignore everything else. If you had to print something, so Felicity, and now Laura and Samantha, I don't know if you need to print stuff, do you?
I do send things to printers, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So,
on occasion, I'll need to print for like an event.
right. Okay. So then when you send stuff to a printer, if you've used a resolution of 96 or 72, it's going to look awful, because print is where it's a much more exacting thing. The screen will deal with it nicely, it'll look great, but that's what screens do. But in print, the things that screens do don't get in the way to help. So you need a much, much higher resolution for images that you're going to print. That's 300 dots per inch. Now, if you think about that, let's say you've got a square inch, and this time it's not 72 each way, it's 300 each way. That means compared to your original square inch, which has roughly 5,000 pixels, at 300 dpi, a square inch has got 90,000 pixels. Now that's a huge difference. That's like 17 times what you need for 72. So print is a much more exacting output method. It's very destructive, which is partially why you need much more resolution going into it, because a lot of the information is just going to be binned. So you need more to help that along. Now, if my image, according to the links window, the actual PPI is 72, that means what it was saved at. The original image, before I even brought it into InDesign, was saved at 72. The effective PPI is what I've done to it here. Now, if I select the image, and then I'm going to hold down Alt and Shift and drag, you see the effective resolution going down. So now it's 40 dpi. And if I make it smaller, of course, the resolution tightens up, because I'm not changing the number of pixels, I'm changing how much width and height they cover. Now, if I made that 300,
Huge.
actually we're going the other way, it'd be tiny.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's that image at 299. So that's like print resolution. Great. It's smaller than a postage stamp. And of course, the more pixels you've got, the bigger the image. So a full page at 300 dpi could easily be, 50 megabytes. And if you're doing like a coffee table book or something with that kind of image in it, you've got a very, very unwieldy file very quickly. And that is where linking really comes into its own. You can have all the images elsewhere. Your InDesign file stays nice and small and refined and easy to work with. And your images are sort of in the background, in the wings, waiting for their chance to come on stage. If you made a PDF, if you printed it, when they're needed, they would be there and no problem, and it wouldn't slow you down. Otherwise, it's probably going to slow you down. That can be a big problem. You can also put images into type if you want. Now that's kind of a fun thing to be able to do, and it can be unbelievably effective too. So let's have a go with that. I'm going to go to page 6, and I'm going to draw a little text frame and type the word text in all caps into it. Now I want that to be quite bold and much bigger. So I'll highlight that, go to my list of fonts. Now if you've got a font like Arial Black or Impact or, well, Impact, that's a good one. You've probably got Impact. It's tiny though, isn't it? So I'm going to make that 72. And now it's too big to fit in the frame. There we go. Now I'll drag that and put it up against the margin on the left. Now I don't know if any of you have ever had to inherit work that's been done by somebody else, and you've got to sort of pick it up and finish it. But one of the really irritating things that you find, and Of course, you're going to find every irritating thing that the person who did it managed to put in, but one of the really obvious ones is this. There's a text frame that's huge, and it's got very little text in it, and they didn't make the frame any smaller, and it's just sitting there over the top of everything else. So, for example, if I've got an ellipse, and I'll drag the ellipse into this frame, and I'll send it to the back. Now, there's a keyboard shortcut, Control or Command plus the Shift key, and you've got two bracket keys to the right of the letter P. The left bracket key is send to back, the right bracket key is bring to front. So if I send this to the back now, and then deselect it, I'm clicking on that, and I select the text frame, because it's on the top. Irritating. So wouldn't it be nice if there was a way of closing down a text frame around the contents? And of course, there is. You double click on the bottom right-hand corner, and it closes it down. Now that works great with things like headings, but with a block of body copy, it might change all the line endings. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But that, in this case, worked just fine. Now I'll select it. Now, do you remember how I enlarged the image, the whole thing, or made it smaller? Do you remember the shortcut I used? Right. Okay, it was Command or Control and the Shift key. Now that's a really good shortcut because I can use it here too. Even though this is text, editable text, if I hold down Command and Shift and click and drag on that bottom corner, and of course I'll wait a second to get a live preview, I'm expanding the frame and its contents together, like that. So you want to make the text nice and big. But this is still text. So now I've got to turn it into an outline. And that means it still looks like text. You can still read it, but it's no longer editable. And for that, you go Type, Create Outlines. And then you just go Command D, Place, choose an image. I'm going to have bluebells. There it is, inside the text.
Very nice.
It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
The text is all one word, and so the image went into all four letters. I can break that up if I want. I could put a different image into each letter. But before I do that, I'm going to do a couple of other things. First of all, I'm going to add a black stroke to this. So I'll click on that and choose black for the stroke, and I'll make it a bit bigger. There we go. So now I've got a black stroke around it.
A bit clearer.
Then I'm going to change the shape of the text. So these aren't letters in the same way that they used to be anymore. And if I get the selection tool and click on that, actually I'll just hover over the edge. See all those dots appear? The anchor points that hold the path into place. So if I grab this one, I can pull it and change the shape of the text. This is very popular if you've got to do a heavy metal album cover.
I love it. It's really cool.
Good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, of course, the image isn't quite big enough. You can see where the image ends and the background begins. But if I click on that little circle wherever it is, can't find it. Oh, well, there's the image selected. If I hold down Shift and Alt, I can grab a corner and drag and expand the image till it fills everything. And there's more. Back to the selection tool. Select the object. Then I'm going to go Object, Effects, Drop Shadow, Preview. And I'm creating the illusion of 3D on a 2D surface. And I can change how far away the shadow is. I can change the opacity of it, the size of it. A lot of these effects came from Photoshop, and they work in a similar way. And similar to Photoshop, if I click on the checkbox, I just get the effect. But look here, drop shadow, these are the controls for drop shadow. So if I click on the checkbox for bevel and emboss, well, I get a bevel and emboss, a little bit of 3D, but these are still the controls for drop shadow. Whereas if I click on the words bevel and emboss, I get the controls for bevel and emboss. And I can make it bigger, and I can change the technique to one called chisel hard.
Oh yeah. Cool.
And then, of course, press W to see how it's going to look when it prints. Not bad.
It's very cool.
InDesign is actually quite a good design tool.
Yeah.
It's not just, you know, if it was just page layout, put stuff together on a page, well, there's only so much fun you can have doing that. But if you throw in a bit of design as well, then it becomes really nice. So there's lots of different kinds of image as well. So this one, shenge, this is a JPEG. Oops, sorry, that's not S in Bluebells, that's a JPEG as well. And garden, that's a JPEG. It says so, the .jpeg, JPG. JPEG, Joint Photographic Experts Group, which you do not have to remember. It's a compressible format. It's a format that you can use for web and for print. There's a lot of image formats you cannot put on a website, like a TIFF, which is another good print format. You cannot put a TIFF on a website. It just doesn't show up. JPEG is one of the few kinds of image that you can put on a website, and it's one of the very few kinds of image that work both on websites and in print. But they won't be the same JPEG, or they shouldn't be. So, I mean, for a website, you don't need it such high res, and you'd have it as RGB color to make use of the RGB range. And for print, you'd need a higher resolution, and you'd probably want to at least know what it looked like in CMYK, even if you hadn't saved it as CMYK. Because when you make a PDF, you can tell it everything in this document has to be CMYK, or everything in this document has to be RGB. And if you then didn't make the conversion on individual elements, they'll be converted for you. Now that's both a blessing and a curse. If they're converted for you and there's no change and no problem, great. But if they're converted for you and they change into something horrible, but because it was done for you, you weren't watching, then you're going to get caught. So you have to be careful. But if you know the image works well as CMYK, because you've opened it up in Photoshop and done that Command Y, Control Y thing, then you could just put RGB images into your InDesign document and output it for print, and it won't matter. The problem is when it makes a conversion and we're not there to see it. And there's other kinds of image as well. Any of you know what a PSD file is?
It's a Photoshop.
Photoshop. Now, if it's a Photoshop document, what does that imply?
That you've opened it in Photoshop. and saved it as a Photoshop file.
Right. What might be different about it than, say, for a JPEG? Any idea? You see,
you can't use them in InDesign.
Sorry, I missed.
Can't use them in InDesign.
Can't you what?
Yes,
I said you can't use them in InDesign.
Oh, you can. You can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll show you.
I've never been able to do that.
Okay, let's go. If you go File, Open, and inside the class files folder, there's another folder called PSD Import. And in that, it's called PSD Import Example .idml, which I'll tell you about in a second. Just choose that, open it. And you should see this. Do you have that?
Are we supposed to be doing this now?
Yeah, if you can. If you can, it's worth it. Well worth it.
Yeah, I've got.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Now it's a PSD file. It's RGB as well. That doesn't matter because I'm not planning on printing it. So what you want to do is you select it. You don't click on the little circle in the middle if there is one. Just click somewhere on the image other than in the center. So you select both the image and the frame. And then it will tell you in links, if you have links open, that it's a Photoshop format document, River PSD. Stands for Photoshop document. Typically, that means there's more than one layer. Now, if you go to the Object menu and down to Object Layer Options, you'll see that there's a layer called Sheep that isn't visible. If you click where the eye should be and make it visible, and then click OK, you'll meet Lily. And Lily was one of the sheep that I had when I had a little farm in Wales. And as far as I know, she never walked into a canal in her life, and she wasn't 40 feet tall. So this has been all cooked up in Photoshop. But she's on a separate layer that I can turn on and off because this is a PSD file. Now I could turn on the layers that I wanted and then make this into a PDF, and it wouldn't matter. I could put that on a website. And normally, you can't put a PSD file on a website. You can't put a TIFF file on a website. But if you've saved it as a PDF, you can put a PDF on a website. And everything that's in it is already compatible with being a PDF. And clearly you can put a PSD file into InDesign because this is one. Of course, the more layers you've got, the bigger the file is. And therefore the more unwieldy it is and so on. So I don't often put a PSD file in to InDesign. And I have run into a problem just the once, really. I got a request from a client in the States to put about 10 different Word documents into PDF format. And these were either 1-page or 2-page documents. And they were all the same in that on page 1, there's a banner image across the top, and then there's text underneath, which sometimes continued onto page 2. So I just imported them all into InDesign, turned them all into PDFs, sent them back, and immediately got an email saying, how come the text on page 1 is bolder than the text on page 2? And I hadn't even noticed. And when I went back and looked, I found, yeah, the text on page 1 was just a little bit bolder. But if I deleted the image, which was a PSD file, all the text was the same. Now, the text didn't overlap the PSD file. Somehow, it's just the presence of the PSD file on the page was having this effect on the text. So I took the PSD file into Photoshop, turned it into a JPEG, put it back in the InDesign documents, and made PDFs, and everything worked fine. So that's the only time I've ever had a problem with a PSD file. But ever since then, I've checked to make sure it's not happening, because you only want to get it wrong once.
So I think I missed the first bit because I was trying to find the files that you were talking about. Sorry.
That's all right.
With so do I have to create an IDML file in InDesign in order to import from Photoshop?
No.
No.
You can just import a PSD file into any InDesign page, and IDML is only assigned to it when you save it.
Because I've tried that before of my InDesign and it doesn't work, so I must be doing something wrong.
You've tried to import a PSD file?
Yeah.
Okay. You should have no problem, and you should have been able to import a PSD file for a long time now. I mean, whether it's RGB or CMYK doesn't matter. Size resolution.
I'll try it again at the next break, and if I can't,
yeah, that's a good idea. And then tell me if you have a problem. If you do have a problem, what you could do is then send me the PSD, and I'll try it here. We can see what works. Okay. So let me show you about IDML. If I was going to save this as a new document, I'd go File, Save As. And I've got several different choices. Hold on a second. Okay. Down here, Format, those are my choices. Usually, I just use InDesign 2020 document. And that gives it INDD extension. And I can open it up again and continue to work on it and save it again and so on. But I couldn't open that in InDesign 2019. So if I sent this file to somebody who's using 2019, they wouldn't be able to do anything to it at all. I could also save it as a template. Now that would give it an extension of IMDT, InDesign template. And that's useful if you've got to do, for example, a newsletter. You've got to do it every month. And you don't want to recreate the wheel every month. So what you might do is, create the layout. This is 4 pages, facing pages, and you'd put all the colors that you're going to want in the swatches window, and you'd maybe build a range of paragraph styles that you're going to use in the paragraph styles window, things like that. And then you'd save it as a template. Now you didn't put the content into it, so you're free to do that every time you need to make the new newsletter. But your basic stuff, your working materials are already there. Now, when you save a document as a template, you can't open it again. Now, that sounds like a disaster. In fact, it's not, because you can open a copy of it, as many as you want. And the copy will be an exact copy of the original file. It just won't be the template. So if you save something like that as a template, it keeps it safe because you can't open it again. And that means every time you want to do the newsletter, you open a copy of the template, you put in the content, you save it as a document so you can keep opening it and working on it, and you're done.
But how do you get at the copy?
Oh, it will show up. Now, silly me, I've got a template that used to be included in my InDesign files. You see this says online course notes? Mm-hmm. Okay, well, the reason for calling it online course notes as opposed to my regular course, class files, is because normally what I do on a 2-day course in class is I cover a lot of stuff on day 1, like we've been doing. And then on day 2, I give people a chance to really sort of get to grips with all the tools in a hands-on kind of a way. And the project is we build a project from start to finish and then make PDFs out of it. I was thinking about that, thinking, well, if I can, walk around a classroom and help people out, that's one thing. If I'm online, it's more difficult to do that way. So I thought, well, I'm just going to fill the day to other things that you'll only find out about tomorrow and not do this. Now, one of the projects that I have that, people can use is a trifold brochure. And I've got a template of a trifold brochure. Now, if that template would be useful for you guys to have, then I can send it to you on the next break. And you're welcome to download it and use it. And it works. I've used it in print many times. And it's an A4 trifold.
That would be really useful. Please.
Okay, I'm just going to make a note. Okay, easy. It's only a small file. There's no prob to do. Let me just click on here and just have a look. Hold on. Download training files, manage materials. If I can put it in there. Tell you what I'll do is I'll retransfer it to myself, and then I can post the link in the chat window, and then you can just click on the link. And that's probably the easiest way to do it.
Great.
So I'll do that on the break. Okay, anyway, that's a template. So you can open up, it just shows up here in the list along with everything else. You can click on it and say open, like you could, as if it was an InDesign file, no problem at all. This is the save window, so these aren't showing up, but they would. Now the other thing here is an IDML. Now, if I save a file in IDML format, it means that anyone who's using Adobe CS4 or later can open it. Now that's huge. Now, there's a lot of people out there who are still using early versions of InDesign. Maybe they don't use it very often, I like that. And they'd need to be able to open a file, and of course I'm using 2020 and they normally wouldn't be able to. But if it's saved in IDML format, they can open it. And you might think, well, surely there's all this fancy stuff that they've added since CS4. Well, none of those things will work, will they? Well, yeah, they will, because it's not added anything that's incompatible with CS4. Nothing. All the tools still relate to things that you could basically do with CS4. So no matter what I sent you, you'd be able to open it and nothing would be missing. So that's a big advantage. I'd have to send the linked files separately, as usual. But the other big advantage of an IDML is this. When you come to archive stuff, you might have an InDesign document that's 300 megabytes, and it's going to take up that much space in your archive. If you resave it as IDML...
Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me? Samantha, was that you? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Samantha, can you hear me?
Hello? I can't hear anyone anymore.
Okay. So Felicity, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Laurie, you can hear me? So Samantha, you can't. Okay, I'm going to send a chat to Samantha. Interesting. Ooh. There was a bleep. Samantha, can you still not hear me, or can you hear me now? So according to this window, it says Samantha's still connected to audio. That's really weird. Okay, I guess
Maybe if she pops out and comes back in again.
Yeah, I think that's what she's doing. I think that might be the best thing to do. I guess it's a problem at her end of things because you guys can still hear me just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's offline right now.
Yeah, nothing changed there for me.
Right.
She's got a telephone little icon.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Huh.
Unless she's trying to use the telephone audio.
Yeah.
And her screen just.
I'm calling in I don't know why, but my laptop sound has just dropped off.
Yeah, can you hear us now?
Yeah, on my phone I can hear you.
That's weird. Felicity and Laura can still both hear, so I guess something just dropped out, maybe a broadband link or something.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Well, if you can hear on the phone, and you can see your screen, I guess you can still see my screen. Is that right? Or not?
I can see it. Are you? It's still on the PSD save as. Oh yeah, I can see your thing moving.
I'm
so
moving.
That's working.
Can you see my cursor going round and round?
Yeah.
Okay, so the screen's still live, and you can hear me with the phone. Do you want to carry on just with your phone and the screen?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Whatever works. All right. So like I was saying, IDML, let's say you got a 300 megabyte document and you want to save as IDML. The IDML version is going to be about 15 megabytes, a fraction of what it would be as InDesign, and nothing is missing. So it's a really good format for archiving stuff in.
And you can still edit in IDML.
Yeah, when you open now there's an interesting thing. If I opened an IDML file, let's see. So I'm going to go. No, this is actually an IDML import example. And I can edit that just fine. So let me just go find that. Just send it online. Class files, start PSD import. See, there it is, PSD import example IDML.
Okay, so you
So
can.
you can open it just fine, and you can then edit it, no problem. Now this window is still open, so I have to cancel that. Yep, no problem. I can edit that anywhere I want. And then I could save it as whatever I wanted. I don't have to stay in IDML format to save it. It's a really good option. Now, I've had problems with some kinds of file compression utilities, like in Photoshop, there's one called LZW compression. And it works if you're saving a file as what's called a TIFF. And a TIFF file is a very big, uncompressed, high quality image. And so sometimes people want to compress them when they save them. And these three German guys called Leff, Zempler, and Welch came up with this. Well, two of them came up with a compression method. The third guy was a marketing wizard, and they built it into this thing called LZW compression, which is great. I mean, sometimes I've had an image that's over a gigabyte in size, and I don't want to take up that much space on anything, so I've saved it under LZW compression. And then one time a client said, "Oh, could you just change something in this image?" And I went to open it, and I couldn't open it. Now that hurts. You've got an image that big and you can't touch it anymore. So I don't use LZW compression anymore. It's too painful. But I've never had a problem with IDML, ever. None at all. So I think it's a good format. I was going to show you this Zoom thing as well. So I've already mentioned the command plus or command minus or command 0, of course, control as well. Well, here's another one. And this is a different method. And I can use it, I can zoom in anywhere I want straight away. And I've been doing this for so long now, I can carry on a conversation at the same time, like what I'm doing. So it's a really good method. And what I'm doing is I'm holding down the command key and the space bar simultaneously. And Samantha, in your case, that's the control key and the space bar simultaneously. The cursor turns into a zoom tool with a little plus sign on it. Now don't just click. Instead, you click and drag, and the bounding box is showing you the area that you're about to zoom into. And you let go with the mouse first, and you zoom in. And if you want to zoom out again, you just do Control or Command 0. Now, for me, that's the fastest way to zoom in. It's much faster than using Command plus 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 and then scrolling to where I want, because it gets me straight to where I want immediately. If you've got something selected, like I've got this text range selected, if I do Command plus 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 now, it's going to zoom in on that text range. But if I don't have anything selected and I do Command plus plus, it just zooms in on the center of the screen. And then I've got to scroll to where I want it to be. So that's slower. Right, let's do something else. Let's have a look at a couple of style examples that are problematic. So sometimes styles are tricky. And there are a few styles that are going to drive you nuts if you have to try and figure out how to do them. And I've picked a few of the most difficult ones and created examples of them so that I can go through and show you exactly how to deal with them. They're actually fairly straightforward. So again, we'll use a document in here, File Open. And then you want to go to the Class Files folder again and Style Examples. And in that, open up the folder called Bullets, and there's one, IDML, of course, bullet style in there. Open up that. So we've got a bunch of short paragraphs here. And in the Paragraph Styles window, there's two styles, bullets and basic paragraph. Now, no surprise, this whole thing is bullets. Anyone remember how I've created this little bit of space between the paragraphs? I'll take that as a no. So what I've done there is indents and spacing, space after 1.5 mil. That's all it did. And that means I've got a little bit of space between each paragraph. Now what I want to do there is put a bullet at the beginning of each paragraph. Now I want to keep the paragraph looking like this, nicely lined up on the left-hand edge. And that means I'd need to put the bullets outside the frame. Well, you can't. As a separate item I could, but it wouldn't be linked to these paragraphs. And if I want to put the bullet inside the frame, I'd have to reconfigure how these line up in relation to it. So it's potentially tricky. So what I'll do, make sure nothing's selected, open up the bullet style. And I'm going to go to bullets and numbering. And it says list type none, choose bullets. And immediately everything goes horrible. So it's chosen this weird character as a bullet. I don't even know what that is. I mean, it's basically the letter A, but I don't know what the other stuff is. That's not the bullet I want. And it's created this big, horrible indent, which is also not what I want. So I want my bullet. I want the bullet that I want, not the bullet it's going to give me. And I want to change the leading, whole configuration. So the first thing I'm going to do is get the bullet I want. Click on the Add button. And that opens up, well, this is actually what's called a glyphs window. There's another one underneath the type menu, glyphs. And when you open up glyphs, it means you're looking for a character and you can't find it on the keyboard. Like these. I don't know where these are on the keyboard. Now you can choose any font you want from the list. So I'm going to go to Wingdings 2. And you can scroll through, and this is showing me the entire list of characters in that font. Now if I go to instead an open type font like Arial, this is open type. Look at all the different characters in the open type font. There's all kinds of stuff here. There'll be ligatures in there as well, but there's loads and loads of stuff. This is what I meant earlier when I said open type fonts has a huge character setup, loads. But other fonts like Wingdings 2 that don't have such a big character set, these are the old stuff. But it does have some good bullets. Look at these. So I'm going to choose this one. Okay. And then click on it. And guess what? That's now become my bullet. Now all I've got to do is sort out the alignment and so on. And I'm going to do that after we've had a tea break. So it's 2 o'clock and we're due to have another 15-minute break now. And then we'll start up again. So just before we go for the break, I just want to check. Can you guys still all hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Great. Felicity, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. And Samantha, you can still hear me on your phone?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. That's relief. So, okay, I'm going to turn off my screen, turn off the mic, and I'll be back in after I've had a cup of tea, 15 minutes. Okay?
All right. Thank you.
Hi, everybody there?
Yep.
I can hear you again now.
Well, that was interesting.
That's better. Now I can hear you again.
Sounded like you'd thrown your mic into a tin of biscuits and were shaking it around.
I might make it work better.
You might do, yeah. And I've turned recording on. How about that? Goodness me, I just can't believe how good I'm being about recording. Thank God for Post-its. So, first of all, I've sent a link. If you open up the chat, you should be able to see a little link there, sent to all. Now, let me know if it's not there.
No, I've got it.
Okay. Do you guys have it?
Yep, I've got it.
Okay. Felicity, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
Okay.
So I downloaded the document, and but I'm getting a message saying cannot handle the request because a modal dialog or alert is active.
Blimey.
I'm unclear.
So it won't let you download it. Is that what's happening?
No, it's in theory on my desktop.
Right.
But I can't open it.
Right.
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. It's done. It's fine. It was asking me about the color mode.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Fine.
Sometimes when you open a document in InDesign, you'll get varying messages. One of them saying the color mode either for CMYK or for RGB does not, the one that you've got installed on your system doesn't match with the one that was used to generate this file. Sometimes that's something to bother about. In this case, it's not something to worry about at all. So
no, it's because the vast majority of the stuff I do is for web, so my color mode is for web.
yes, of course. There you go. Right. And InDesign prides itself on being a CMYK environment. So anything that's got InDesign written on it is going to try to be CMYK. Anyway, that's a template file for a trifold. And probably tomorrow we're going to go partly through actually creating that so that you can see what's involved, because it's quite involved and there are one or two really useful little tricks along the way. I doubt if we'll have time to get to it today, but you never know. Anyway, I was working with these bullets and so forth with you. Now I've changed my screen appearance slightly. I've zoomed in a bit, which allowed me to scroll the file over to the left, which means I can have the paragraph style window open and see both, which I want you to be able to see both. So having sorted the bullet that I want, now I need to sort out this horrible indent and like that. I cannot add a negative first line indent to pull the bullets out of the frame. If I click on that down arrow, it won't let me. It just says, nope, can't do it. So instead, what I'm going to do is give the whole thing a left indent of 5 mil, like that. Now I can give it a negative first line indent up to 5 mil, like that. Problem solved. That's called a hanging indent. And if you know how to do them, they're easy. And if you don't know how to do them, good luck.
So what do you left indent?
Yeah, give it the left indent first, maybe 5, and then you can equal that with a minus, a hyphen in front of it for -5. For 5. Did it work?
Oh, hang on.
Are we being successful here?
Yeah, with the hanging indent.
Yes.
Yeah, I got
Right.
that.
So let's see, was that Felicity or Laura? I couldn't tell. Both your mic icons are on.
That was Laura.
Okay.
Wait a minute. I'm going bonkers. I'm trying to add them on.
That's what hanging indents are supposed to do to you.
So that's that. So I've shifted that. So if I select, okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great. Cool. Samantha, have you gone? Oh, there you are.
To be honest, I'm not trying because I work on a really small screen, and it's just quite difficult to kind of flick between two things. It's just that my laptop's a bit weird, so I'm not actually trying anything. I'm just watching.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. If I wanted to change the color of those bullets, I could do that too. Now that's where we use character styles instead of paragraph styles. Because as you know, a paragraph style would apply itself to the entire paragraph, which would be the whole thing. But a character style will apply itself to specific things that you tell it to. Like if you highlight a word, you can apply a character style to just that word. So you could use a character style to overrule something in a block of type that already had a paragraph style attached to it. And in this case, because this is the bullets window, if I create a character style here, it's only going to apply to the bullets. And if I click on that, I can choose new character style. I'll call it bullets. And then just go straight down to character color, and I'll choose magenta. As soon as I click OK, those bullets go magenta. So it would depend on a color that I've already got in my swatches window, and then I could change it to be any one of those. So I'll OK that now. And I've got this style in character styles called bullets. I've used it to
I've just managed to change.
Sorry?
Sorry, I've just managed to change everything to color.
So you weren't in the bullets and numbering page when you did it. You were just changing the color of the paragraph style.
I was in bullets. I'm in paragraph style bullets.
Yeah. And then hang on a second.
Wait a minute.
Paragraph style bullets.
And then character color.
No, then see that will change the color for everything.
Okay, so that's what I'm doing.
So what you want to do instead is you go down to the one above it, bullets and numbering.
Yeah.
And then
there. Yeah, I see.
Then you create new style, and you can call it what you want. And that's where you give it the color. And then it just does it to the bullets.
I think I haven't used the very intelligent. Okay, let's try a different one.
Okay.
Sorry, character style 1, new character style, color. No, I'm not. It's not changing whatever I do, but so presumably I've not chosen a very sensible.
Well, let's just see for a minute. So now this is the text where you've added a bullet and you want to change the color, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're on bullets and numbering tab in the paragraph style. And you've got your bullets selected here in the bullet character window.
I've got, yeah, add. No, wait a minute, cancel. Okay. Yes, okay, that's fine. It was just me choosing a silly shape. That's okay. They've all gone magenta.
Okay, cool. Right. What I wanted to point out was that, having done this, I've got a character style called bullets that I can now use elsewhere if I want. So the rest of this text, this is already formatted with a paragraph style called bullets. And that's telling it to look how it is and with a space between the paragraphs. But if I highlight a word and then go to the character styles, I can say bullets for that. And that changes the color of that word to magenta. So I can use it elsewhere as well. Here's a useful little thing as well. If you've got a block of type, and you click in it once with the type tool, you get a flashing cursor. If you double-click in a word, it highlights the word. If you triple-click in a word, it highlights the line. And if you quadruple-click, no, it's not working. 1, 2, 3. Mine's not working. Anyway, it should highlight the whole thing. I tell you why mine isn't working. I'm not using a mouse because I don't really like them in general. Now, what I've just tried to show you is not something I normally do, except up, double clicking. I do that quite often. But triple clicking and more, I don't bother. I'm using something else because most of what I do on the computer is not governed by a sort of on-off that a mouse does. I usually want more sensitivity than that. Most of what I do is in Photoshop or things like, video programs like After Effects, things like that. And I use what's called a Wacom tablet. Are you guys familiar with those at all?
No.
Okay.
Oh yes, yeah. It's a drawing board with a pencil.
Yeah. It's a drawing board with a pencil. It's small. It's about the size of a mouse pad. The pen is cordless. The pen has a button on the barrel, and it's a long, narrow button. The front end is a double click. The back end's a right click, and tapping on the board is a single click. And it's pressure sensitive to over 1,000 levels of pressure, which in Photoshop is great because if I'm using a brush, if I slacken off, the brush gets smaller. If I squeeze harder, it gets bigger. And I never liked mice. I got into computers because I wanted to do fine art on a computer. And the pen is a good drawing tool. The mouse is not. But there's a much more important consideration, which has never affected me, but it has affected a lot of people who I've had in my classes. For all I know, it's affecting some of you. Repetitive strain injury, where you get an ache in your wrist from using a mouse. Now, hopefully you don't have that, but just because you don't have it yet doesn't mean you won't get it. We're organic machines. We will break eventually if we're pushed. And one finger is doing all the work on a mouse. It's doing the on-off stuff. And that means one tendon is doing all the work, and eventually you might have a problem. And if you get an inflamed tendon sheath, it hurts. And the more you use it, the more it hurts. And you've got to rest it completely to have it stop. So if you start to get it, you're looking at the end of your computer career. And it varies as to how long it'll take. I've never heard of anyone getting that with a pen, ever. In fact, I have heard of someone who got really bad RSI with one hand, and he was a copy editor, to using his mouse with his left hand, which is like learning to write like Da Vinci or something. It's weird. And then he started to get RSI with his left hand, and he went over to using a Wacom tablet, and while he continued to work, his RSI was getting better. So it's a really viable solution. And I think employers should know about this. They would buy Wacom tablets for all their employees if they knew what they were looking at. So, 20 years down the road, and most of us use our computers all day, every day at work. So it's going to happen. Anyway, I don't get paid a penny by Wacom for saying that. I should. I really should. But they're fantastic. They're really hard to get used to at first because you'll hate it because you're not used to it, and it's not like using a mouse. It's better. But to begin with, all we can see is, oh, it's different, and I can't do it, and I want to go back to my mouse, and you will. So I advocate giving your mouse away to somebody for a couple of weeks and saying, do not give this back to me, no matter what. Keep it. Force yourself for 2 weeks to use the pen. After 2 weeks, you won't want your mouse back. They're that good. And they cost, I know, I think I got my last tablet for 50 quid. This is the third one. I gave one away. I had one that broke. I got another one. They're great. They're really, really good. Okay, sales pitch over. We didn't make a PDF yet. We're going to have to do that. Okay, let's do a couple more of these style things first.
Can I just, supposing I've got one word now in magenta.
Wonderful.
If I want to revert it back to black, how do I do that?
Okay, so if you still got the word selected?
Yeah.
If you look in your character style window, you'll see that you've got a choice between bullets, or whatever you called it, and none. Just click on none.
Ah, bingo. Thank you.
Cool. Okay. If you go back to File Open, and then go back to Style Examples again, let's try the one in Parent-Child Styles. These are all IDML files. So in that example, I've got a heading, a subheading, and some body copy. And in the Paragraph Styles window, we've got heading, sub, and body. Nothing's selected. If you double-click on heading, it says it's not based on anything. Okay, cancel out of that. Double-click on sub, and it's based on heading. Cancel. Double-click on body, and it's based on sub. So we've got a hierarchy starting with heading and cascading down through sub to body, which should mean that if I changed a characteristic in heading, like color, it should then affect the other two automatically. So if I double-click on heading and then go down to character color and just click on magenta, yeah, that works. You see that? But I'm going to cancel that. I'm going to go to sub and double-click on sub. If I change the color of sub, I wouldn't expect heading to change, but I would expect the body copy to change. So these don't go up, but they do go down. So if I change the color to cyan, the sub and the body copy change, but heading doesn't. Okay, I'm going to okay that. What do you think would happen if I change the color of the heading style now? Would they all change or not?
Oh, no idea.
I'm going to say no.
You're right. I'll double click on heading, character color, magenta, only the heading style changed. Now the reason for that was we already cut that chain of command between heading and sub. So it can't sort of break through that anymore. But if I went to basic character formats and changed the typeface from Arial to Bodoni, everything changes. Because that still goes right through. We didn't break that anywhere. So now the reason for doing this is because parent-child styles don't work quite as directly as people assume. And if you know how they work, you can use them more effectively. So that's that one. Let's do another. File open. And ruled styles. This is one of my favorites. Ruled style IDML. So we've got two paragraph styles, heading and basic paragraph. The body copy is basic paragraph. You can edit basic paragraph. You can't delete it, but you can edit it. So I put a bit of space after. And we've got a heading style. The first thing is, I would like to add a bit more space under the headings. So I'll go to heading style and indents and spacing, space after, and I'll give it 4 mil. Quite a lot. Because what I'm going to do is add a bar of color behind the headings as part of the paragraph style. It's going to go right the width of the column, and it'll be above and below the heading. So it's like a band of color the heading's printed on top of. So I'll go back into heading. Actually, what I'll do, I'm going to zoom in a little bit with Command plus, and then hold down the spacebar and drag this over here a bit. And that means you can see the whole sort of paragraph style window and the paragraph headings. First thing I'm going to do is go back to indents and spacing, and I'll give this a left indent of 1 millimeter to create a tiny gap on the left-hand end so that it starts a little bit separate from where the color bar starts. And now I'm going to go to paragraph rules. And I'll say rule below, rule on. And that puts a thin black line as the baseline right the way across the column, which is not what I want. So I don't want this color. I want, I don't know, cyan. But I don't want full strength cyan. I want a tint. I'm going to go with a 40% tint. And it's got to be much wider. 1 point wide. That's ridiculous. In basic character formats, it tells me the size of my type is 18. Well, that's actually measuring from the top of an ascender, like a D, to the bottom of a descender, like a G. So that's 18. I wanted to go further. So I'm going to say 26 and press the Tab key. It's a rule below, so it goes below. But I can now move that up by clicking on the down arrow for offset. And each time I click, that bar moves up 1 millimeter. And 6 isn't quite enough. 7 is a little bit too much. I'm going to make it 6.3 tab. Got it. And that is a ruled style. Imagine how long it would take you to think that one up.
It's very handy.
Yeah. Years and years ago, I was doing a 4-page spread that went in the center of an international magazine. And all these reports were coming in from different countries, and they'd all be represented in this 4-page spread in the middle. And each country had a banner like this. And I'd get it all set up using rectangles filled with the color that I'd put behind the type. And of course, somebody would edit it, another report would come in, I'd have to move everything around because they're all alphabetical. The week that I found out how to do this, that job went to someone else. So you certainly shouldn't expect justice to come out of doing graphics, because it doesn't usually. Anyway, I really like ruled styles. I very much like them. And there's another one that's similar, and it's different, but in some ways it's even better. So I'm going to go back into heading, and I'm going to turn off the rule. And I'm also going to turn off that 1 millimeter indent. And then I'm going to go to paragraph shading and turn that on. And again, I'll change this to 40%. The offsets, which are linked, are the size of that bar. So if I unlink it, I can click on the top arrow for top and the top arrow for bottom. It's a bit big. It's about right. But there's something else I can do. I could say on the left, I want 30. Oh, make it more. 60. Right off the page. And on the right, I want it to be 20, but I'm going to do something else to it as well. I'm going to change the corners. Now these are linked right now. I'll unlink them. And I'll change the bottom corner to rounded. I don't think previews on there it is. Like that. I could also do a bevel. And I could do the same bevel on the top. And I could change that to 10. Many possibilities. Quite different from what I just showed you, but equally good. If you wanted, with this, you could choose a gradient to fill that. Now, I don't think I've got a gradient yet. Okay, I'm going to OK this. Then I'm going to go to swatches and make a quick gradient. New gradient swatch. Let's just have something easy. Orange to magenta. Okay. Now I'll go back to paragraph styles. Double click on heading. Go to paragraph shading and I'll choose that gradient. And I'll change the type to white. Now that's character color because I'm in the typeface. So that's going to be what it affects. How about that?
Nice.
Yeah, there's some great possibilities here.
You've put all these steps somehow in your instructions because I've missed a whole lot, but trying to open up my files, but that's fine as long as they're in the instructions. I can sit there and work through it.
Now I'm pretty sure they're not in the PDFs, the straight PDFs, but I think I do know where they are. Let me just check.
I mean, how you separate out the headings from the body of the text, because I kind of
so like
trying to work that out.
Like adding space after, things like that.
Well, it's if I do this on the document that I'm looking at, everything changes, and I haven't figured. I missed the bit where you were. I was so busy opening up my own files that I missed the bit when you explained how to separate the headings from the body, from the text body.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll do that for you then. First of all, I just want to show you. I didn't include this stuff about ruled styles in the big PDFs 1, 2, 3, 4 and like that. But what I did do is in the style examples folder, in the ruled styles folder, there's a PDF called Ruled and Bullet Styles. And that tells you how to do it.
Okay.
Now, this thing that you just mentioned, I don't think that's maybe specifically in there. So let me show you that. So I'll just do it as I've got it now. Let's say I want even more space between this heading and the body copy. So I'll double click on heading. And then you go down to indents and spacing. And space after is what produces that gap.
Okay.
Now, if everything on your page is one paragraph style, even if it's been changed, you know, I mean, I could have just come up with this. This could all be just one paragraph style, and I've messed around with it with the control bar rather than with paragraph styles to create the different views. Then if I do this, there'll be a space between everything. Every paragraph end will have the space. But if you've separated the document out, so you've got a defined heading style and a defined body copy style, they're different. Then when you add space after to just the heading, that's the only thing that you change.
Okay. So as long as I've separated out the text body from the headings and any subheadings from the main headings, etc., that will isolate and just do the changes to where I want it to be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because
Thank you.
This is one of the reasons why paragraph styles are so good. It's exactly what it allows you to do.
Yeah. It's really neat.
It's a good program. I wish I'd thought of it. I'd have retired a long time ago.
I was going to say.
There we are. It doesn't hurt to dream. Right. So there's actually one more in here. And this is really pretty useful. Now, I don't know if any of you have to do newsletters or things like that, but this is a perfect example for things like newsletters. It's called span type. So it's in span and split type, span type. Open that up. I'm going to delete that because that tells you how to do it. I don't want to cheat. Ignore the widows and the hyphenated widows. I didn't fix it. But if I've got a heading and a subheading and body copy, and I've already turned the frame into a 3-column format, I could make the heading and the subheading ignore the column breaks. The only other way to do that, I'd have to sort of highlight them, copy them, paste them into a separate frame, and then park them over the top of it somehow and get rid of these. And that would do it too, but I want to do it inside this frame. Now, this was originally broken up into columns using object text frame options, 3-column format. That's how I did it. And I've got these paragraph styles here. So this is a paragraph style called heading. This is called subheading. This is body indented, and the first paragraph is body copy. So that's an example of what I mentioned much earlier. If you want to have like a drop cap on the first paragraph, but not on the other paragraphs, you create a duplicate style. One for the first paragraph, one for everything else. So my one for everything else is body indented, and the first paragraph is not indented. And then I've got heading and subheading. Those are the ones I want to spread across everything. Nothing selected. Double click on heading. Go down to span columns. Currently the layout says sit in a single column. If you change that to span columns, it don't. I'll OK that, and I'll do the same thing to subheading. Span columns, OK. Now, I'm sure you can see the problem. There's a line space here. OK, well, if I click in front of that F and then just backspace it once, that's solved. But now I want more space underneath the subheading. Open up sub, indents and spacing. Space after, it's currently 2. Let's make it bigger, 4. Sorted. Now, if you're doing a newsletter and you've changed these inside the paragraph styles, that's going to apply everywhere you use them. So you've only kind of got to do it once, and it works. And if you don't want something to spread across the columns like this, then instead of dividing the frame into columns, you would divide the page into columns, and then drag to create the frame for the text inside each column separately. And then it won't spread across. It will just stay in the one column. So you can do both, which is really neat. Those are the style things that I think are most useful. I'll show you this other one, but I mean, I've never used it, but it's fantastic. I wish I could. Incidentally, see, I'm closing down documents that I don't want to save. If there's an asterisk next to the document name up here, it means it's not saved. Now that should mean if you click on the X, it will prompt you and say, do you want to save it or not? Now, if you chose then to not save it, it's gone. You can also, if you see an asterisk, go, File, Save As, tell it how you want to save it, and then the asterisk will disappear. So, okay, I'm going to save that. I'll go File, Save As. I don't want to save it there. Oops. Wrong one, Mark. Yeah, where have I put it? And I'm going to call this one Rubbish. And I'll save it just as a document. Save. No asterisk. It's now in a saved state. I could do a lot to this. I could scroll it around. I could go to another page. Unless I actually move something, it stays in a safe state. So this last one is called split type. So here we've got a list of 6 numbered items, but there's a big space on the right. What a waste. This would be better if I had 1, 2, and 3 on the left and 4, 5, and 6 on the right. And this is how you do it. You open up the paragraph style. You go down to span columns. Oh, hang on. I didn't do this right. It's a while since I did this one, obviously. I've got to create a separate paragraph style for this. So I'll highlight it. And then I'll say new paragraph style. And I'm going to call it body split. Everything else is the same. So it doesn't change its appearance at all. But that's now body split, and that is body copy. So then I highlight body split. Actually, I don't need to. I can just go straight into body split, span columns, and instead of choosing span columns, I'll choose split column. Okay. Sorted. Now I did cook that up a little bit to make sure it worked. If I go back into that, these are the controls that you get with a split column format. You can choose how many columns you want to break it into. You can add more space above it before the split, more space below it. You can change the width of the inside gutter, and you can change the width of the outside gutters as well. So you've got a great deal of control. And my only regret is that I've not yet had the chance to use it. So, oh well, it'll come. Anyway, if any of you do have the chance to use it, great.
To change the subject completely, I suddenly noticed my paragraph style button thing has vanished off the side of my window.
Right, so it's missing. So what do? Do you remember how to fix it?
Well, window.
No.
No. However,
It's easy.
Where do I? Yeah.
Go up to your list of workspaces and then just say reset your name.
Where do I? Okay, reset. Yeah, but I haven't actually workspace.
Ah, you didn't have. Okay. Then
Yeah.
let me close mine. This is what you do. Paragraph styles are actually in two places, and one of them's hidden. And the place they're hidden is underneath the window menu. So if you click on window, you won't see them. Even under type and tables, they're not there.
No.
But if you go to styles, you'll see them.
Oh, okay. That's easy enough.
And the other place they're under the type menu. They're both there.
Okay. Okay.
And then again, you get it. You would drag it into your workspace, drop it where you want.
Yeah, that bit I can do. I just panicked because I couldn't work out where.
That's what we do. We panic. Yeah, we panic. But tell you what, you really should save your own workspace.
Yes, I'm going to do that right now.
Now you've got the workspace looking how you want, hopefully. You click up there, you say new workspace, give it your name. Now, if you want to change it, you can easily do that. So tell you what, I'm going to pull this out again, close it, and I'm going to save a new workspace called Mark. And it's going to say, are you sure you've got one? Yeah, I'm sure. So I just overwrote the Mark workspace. It's now like this. It doesn't contain paragraph styles. So let's say you've got a workspace, you've been quite happy with it, and then the day comes you find you want to add something else to it or take something away. This is what you do. You go and find what you want to change. You drag it in to where you want it to be. You go to the list of workspaces and you say new workspace again. You type in your name again. You click OK and it says you've already got one. Do you want to replace it? Yes. I just updated my workspace. So it's very easy to update. It's really worth doing. Really worth doing. And the workspace stays there. It's part of InDesign. It's not part of a document. So it's there for all your different documents. Whereas if you go to swatches inside a document and you add a swatch, it's only there for that document. It's not there for everything else. The only way to add it for everything else is like this. So do any of you guys have to use particular colors repeatedly for like corporate stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, right. So let's add it to swatches now when you don't have any document open. And I'll show you what I mean. Can one of you give me the color that you use, the color that you want to have?
I'd have to, hang on, I can, but because I use the hex numbers and you don't have that. So
tell you what though, I do have it in Photoshop. Let me just change these. Okay, what's the hex number?
the hex number for, say, our gold is CC9933.
CC9933. There it is. This is what it is in CMYK. Yeah. This is what it is in RGB. There's a couple of other modes there, but these are the biggest. Okay, I'm just going to write down 18, 38, 87, 7. Now I'll go back into InDesign. 18, 38. See, Photoshop's really useful. It's the only one of these programs you can do all that with. It's really effective. 7. Okay, there it is. Now I just added that when no document was open. Now I'm going to create a new document. Command N. Fine. There it is.
Yes, nice.
If you add a color when there's no document open, it will be there for every new document you create.
Great.
It won't be there for old documents that didn't have it, but it will be there for every new one. And that works with paragraph styles and character styles as well. With paragraph styles, what I'd have to do is this. I'd go load paragraph styles, tell it what document they're in, and then click open. And it will list them all. And for example, with things like basic paragraph, every document has basic paragraph, but it'll give me the choice. Do I want to use the incoming definition or keep both of them? In which case it'll rename the incoming one slightly. So I then have both.
Could you say that again? I missed how you did that.
Okay.
With the paragraphs.
So if there's a document I want to load styles from, you go Options button, Load Paragraph Styles. Now, tell you what, I'll go find something. There it is, that one. I think I've got a paragraph style in there. Open. So this also has basic paragraph, but I can choose whether I wanted to use the incoming definition or auto rename it, which means I get to keep both. And there's the heading style that is perhaps what I wanted anyway. If I uncheck that, I won't even bother with that. So let's say I just want to bring in the heading style. Okay, there it is. And I can use it. And there's another way. Typical Adobe. File, New, Library. It wants to know where to put it. So I'm just going to say right here. And it's called, I'm going to call it Library INDL. It's another kind of separate document. Save. There it is. It's empty. Okay. So I'm going to open up this heading style, go to character color and choose the new color that I just added. Okay. And then do a little type frame, fill it with placeholder text in heading format, which uses this new color that doesn't have anywhere else. Well, actually it will. That new color is going to be in every new document I create. That's what I did. I did it when a new document opened. Okay, I'm going to change this again. I'm going to go back to character color and choose that one. Now that color came with the heading style from that other document, so that doesn't live in any new document. Okay. Drag it into the library. I can now close this. Don't save it. Ooh, gone. That is an example of both the heading style and the color. If I wanted, I could double click on there and name it. It knows it's a text object. I could give it a long description here if I wanted. I'm not going to bother. Now I'll make a new document. Now, of course, that first orange is in here, your corporate color, but this one isn't. All I have to do to bring in that color and that heading style is drag that onto the desktop, and then because I don't want this particular object, delete it. There's the color, and there's the style. And they're both safe in my InDesign library. You don't have to say save with a library, you just put stuff in there and then close it. And I can open it. I go File, Open. There it is. And my heading thing is still inside it. This is a really good way of hanging on to all kinds of assets. As far as Adobe is concerned, the only thing that you can really use it for without any problem ever are colors. Because if you can create a color, you can create a color. You can use swatches to create a color. Therefore, you're never going to lose this. It's not linked to anything. But the heading style is linked to the typeface. And if you put an image into it, that's linked to the original picture. And if I uninstalled the typeface or deleted the image, the library item would fall flat. But generally, they're really, really useful things.
Sorry, did you say that you could add images to the library?
Yeah, you can. You just drag them in and drop them. But the image in the library is linked to the original image that that object came from.
Yeah.
So they are at risk. There's a little bit of risk involved. Not a great deal, but there is a little.
Okay.
That's also true of CC libraries. If the original object is deleted, bye-bye CC library element. Anyway, there you go. Right. Do I have time to show you anything about tables? I'm just thinking sort of, not really out loud, thinking in a muffled kind of a way. Because we need to do PDFs. It's not going to take that long to do PDFs. So I'm just thinking, do I have time to cover some table stuff as well? Do any of you ever need to use InDesign to make tables?
Occasionally. Yes.
Okay. They're fun, aren't they? I'm sure you love tables. There is actually a document here. I'm just going to show you this quickly. Called Table Text IDML. So if you open up that, and I'm going to zoom in on it. So this is not yet a table. This is just a bunch of text that's been somewhat tabbed into columns, not successfully, but partly. And there's a few things I could do. I'm sure that there are tab commands in here somewhere because it's basically lining up, but I can't see them. So I'm going to turn them on. Type show hidden characters. And there they are. These double arrows are actually tab commands. This backwards letter P is the end of a paragraph. The dot is a space. These are known as typographer's marks. And so tab commands have already been put into this, but they couldn't work successfully because, for example, this line A-level GNVQ is longer than the ones above it, so that pushed everything out of whack for that line. So we'd need to sort it. So I'll show you tabs first of all. Tabs are actually very straightforward. First thing is, you highlight all the type you want to apply the tab to. And I don't need to apply it to the top line, but I do want to apply it to everything else like this. And then you go type tabs. So the tab command's are already in here. All I've got to do is tell them where to go. And that's the length of my first line. So the tab command's got to be after that, basically. It can't be back here. Now, if I click in this white space above the ruler, but I'm not going to let go, I'm going to hold the mouse down. This line drops down through the type, showing me where the first column is going to line up if I let go. Well, that didn't work. Oh, that's a centered tab command. I'm going to click on left align. There, that's better. That's a left align tab. You see, you've got these different tab markers up here you can choose. If you've got a tab selected, you can change it to any one of these. This is left, centered, right, and a line on a decimal point. If you've got a bunch of numbers with decimal points, that all line up on the decimal point. Then I could click and decide where I want my second column to be, and then my third column, and then my fourth column. And if I thought, well, these three columns really should be centered, I can click on the tab command, choose centered, and then reposition it. And then do the same for this one. Maybe the same for this one. Okay. You should remember through this process that tabs were originally invented to drive us mad. And they usually do a pretty good job. It took me, well, I don't know, a couple of years of using them to finally the penny dropped, and it's just been easy ever since. But I had a couple of years of excruciating pain. Now, if I wanted to move anything, you don't just grab the marker and move it. You've got to highlight all the type again, and then move the marker. Otherwise, you'll end up with ghost tabs, one that's solid and one next to it that's half grayed out, and you won't know which one's doing the work. So always make sure you highlight the type first. Now, if I've got a chunk of type that's been separated by tab commands, whether or not I've formatted, so I'm going to undo a whole bunch of stuff here. Bear with. There we go. There's my original untouched document. And I want to turn that into a table. This time I'm going to highlight the whole thing because I want it all to be in the table. And then you go, table, convert text to table. This is one way to do it. The column separators will be tab commands. That's good. The row separators are paragraph commands at the end of the lines. That's good. And I don't have any table styles to apply to it. Okay. And that's horrible. But it's only horrible because it's not being told how to behave. Like kids. So I'm going to click and drag across all these frames at the top, and then say table, merge cells. And I'm going to drag the frame here and drag down. Now the width of the frame doesn't matter. The depth of the frame does. So you're going to make sure it's deep enough for everything. And then you can go through it and figure out the width. So obviously these aren't right. You do that with the type tool. So first I'm going to do the left-hand column. It needs to be a bit wider, quite a bit wider. Click and drag. That one's sorted. These are all on one line. These are all on one line. These are all on one line. These are not. So these need more space. Now if I click and drag on this, you see all the vertical dividers to the right move. If I hold down the Shift key, only the one I'm dragging will move. But otherwise, everything to the right will move. Now it's still pretty bad, but at least it fits as a table. So I'll make this one bold and bigger. And I'm going to highlight the whole thing because I want more space above and below the type. Left and right is okay, but above and below is a bit tight. So then I'll go Table, Cell Options, Text. Unlink the cell insets and just click once on the up arrow, or preview, once on the up arrow, the top and bottom, and that's added much more space. And then I can format a little bit further, like all these lines I don't really want. So I don't want in this section the lines at the top, at the sides, and at the bottom. I want to keep the vertical dividers, but I don't want to keep the rest. Table, cell options, strokes and fills. Now this little gate is the tricky point. Everything that's in blue is being formatted by what's underneath. So at the moment, all the external horizontal and vertical bars are affected, and all the internal horizontal and vertical bars are affected. So if I deselect the internal horizontal and vertical bars, and then say all of these outside ones are now going to be 0, okay. And that's what I just did. Now I'm going to go back in, same section highlighted, table, cell options, strokes and fills, and I'm going to deselect everything except the internal vertical rows. So everything else is grayed out. And those, which means these 4, are going to be 3 points magenta. And then the heading on its own, table, cell options, strokes and fills, I don't want any of those lines to show. Now that, you might think that means 0. No, it doesn't. It just means I haven't told it what to be. I've got to put in 0. The reason it was blank is because this line had already been removed, but the others were there, and it didn't know what measurement to give me. So you have to tell it. But then I want this to be filled with a color. And I'm going to use magenta again, but a 30% tint. Okay. Like so. You can actually gradually refine a table into being something a little bit better. I'll make that bold. There we go. Well, when it's a table, this column, these 3 columns, these are not centered anymore, but I can now select them as individual chunks. I don't have to select the whole table. And then just say centered. And now they are. And I can give things a little bit more space if I feel a need. That's pretty good. Well, I mean, it's not, but it'll do. You can actually go through and take this a lot further, which there's not really the time to do on this course, probably. Maybe tomorrow, I doubt it. But if you go to the window menu, you'll see, type in tables, you've got table styles, cell styles, table formatting, and this is particularly useful if you've got to do a table that you want next year, maybe the accounting department is going to send you another set of numbers and you want to drop it into the existing table without losing all the formatting that took you forever to do. And if you go through the right process and save, first you have to save all the different appearances of the paragraph style. Then you save the cell styles, which ask you what paragraph style you used here and there. Then you save a table style, which asks you, what did you use? What cell style did you use on the right? What cell style did you use on the left? What did you use at the top? Things like that. You go through all this long process. You've got a table style that holds all of the formatting that you can see. And then you can import the new text and replace the existing text with it. It's quite a long process, but it can save, obviously, a great deal of work. But I'm not going to bother to do that today. Is this okay with tables so far?
Yeah, it's very useful.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes. Well, all I've got to do now is to try and retain what you've said. That's going to be the biggest problem.
Well, if you come up with specific questions and there's time to cover it, I'll do my absolute best. How's that? Can't say fairer than that. Anyway, we're due to have another break now. We're actually supposed to be on a short break now. And then we come back at 3:30 till 4. So that's when I'm planning on showing you the PDF stuff, if that's okay. It's supposed to be a sort of, if people want, question and answer session, but I think, well, heck, seems a bit early to be ending, so let's keep going till 4 o'clock, if that's all right with you.
Yes.
So just take a quick run to the bathroom and run back again, break, and then start up again at 3:30 and do the PDFs. Cool?
Okay.
Great. All right. I'll see you in a few minutes. Right. I'm back on. Just realized there was one other little thing that I need to show you as well as making the PDFs. Master pages. So this is particularly important for Samantha because you won't be here tomorrow. Well, I could cover this tomorrow, but that wouldn't be any good to you. So I thought I should cover them now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So if I go to the Pages window, as I mentioned before, up above this line, we've got A master. We've also got none. Now the A master, if I double click on it, I'm now looking at the A master. And I'm going to draw a purple filled oval on this page. And a rectangle filled with green on the right-hand page, like so. Any shape, doesn't really matter. The main thing is, when I come back to the Pages window, this is what's happened. On every page, on the left-hand pages, I've got the purple oval. On the right-hand pages, I've got the green bar. Page 1 is a right-hand page. Page 16 is a left-hand page. I couldn't put the green bar on a left-hand page. It won't let me. Even if I drag that down and drop it onto page 8, it won't have it. And that's how you can apply a master page to a page. If you've got several different master pages, A, B, C, whatever, you can drag and drop to change the formatting of a page to show what's on that master page. And that's what they're for. If you've got, like an address block and a company logo, and you want it to be on every page in the document, you put it on the master page, and then it is. And you can do other things with them as well. I'll double click again. If I get the type tool, and I'll just click and drag here, draw a little type frame, and then go Type, Insert Special Character, Markers, Current Page Number. Puts a little A into it. Now, if you just type the letter A, that would not work. You have to do it this way. Type, Insert Special Character, Markers, Current Page Number. Now I'm going to make that bigger so we can see it. And I'm going to copy that and paste it and then drag it over here to the right-hand page. And that one, I'm going to align it to the right. Now I can do that without even getting the type tool by just going Command-Shift-R, like that. This, of course, is for automatic page numbers. And if I go back into the document, that's what they've become. Now let's say I've got a B master as well. It's going to call it B, 2 pages wide, A4, fine. Okay, there it is. And on the B master, I want to have a red square on the left and a dark blue square-ish on the right, or dark purple, that one, anyway. But in my pages window, that's not been applied to anything. Okay, I'm going to apply this to page 8 and page 11. So there's master page B applied to page 8, but there's no page number. It's there on 9, it's there on 7, but it's not there on 8. Similarly, it's not there on 11, it's on 10, and it's missing out 11, and it's on 12, I can see it, but it's not on 11. How do I get exactly the same arrangement of page numbers on pages 8 and 11? And it's actually very easy. You go back to the A master, which is where they live. You select them both. You copy. Now we're not going to paste. Then you go to the B master. And you don't use paste, you use edit, paste in place. And that puts them in exactly the same place as they came from. And now I got page numbers on page 8 and 9 and 10 and 11, consistent right through. So that's essentially master pages. The non-master is only one page because you can apply it to left or right, doesn't matter. And if you do, so I'll go to page 15 here. If I drag the non-master onto page 15, all the master page elements disappear. Because you can't have any master page elements on the non-master, it won't let you. So if you've got like a booklet and the front cover and the inside front cover, and the page 1, where you want the number 1, is actually page 3. You don't want anything on the front cover or the inside front cover. You'd apply the non-master to those 2 pages, and then you'd start the page numbering on page 3. Like this. I'll drag none onto page 1. I'll drag none onto page 2. There's no number on those.
Yeah.
But I want page 3 to be number 1. I don't want it to be page 3. So you double click on the page so InDesign knows which page you're working with. And then you go Layout, Numbering and Section Options. Now a section means where you can start a page numbering sequence. You always have a section start, which is this black arrow on page 1 in any document, always. But you can create more. So I want to start page numbering at 1 on this page, page 3. And I'm going to start a new section to do it. So you don't change that to a 3. That won't work. You leave it at 1. Then you click OK. Then you just say, yeah, yeah, yeah. And page 3 becomes page 1. Simples, really. Everyone okay with that?
Yeah.
Let me tell you, if any of you guys run into problems with InDesign, you've got tech support now from doing this course. So if there's anything that you try to do, that you can't do, then just email Certitech, and what they'll do straight away is bounce an email with your question in to me, and I'll get back to you and we'll fix it. So any problems that you have with InDesign, no problem, just ask. Or keeping sheep, or chickens, or yeah. Right, so now we're going to do a PDF. So first thing, I'm going to turn this glorious document into a PDF, woohoo. You want to make your document, you might want to make sure it's in a saved state. Because if it crashes while it's making the PDF, which is possible, if your document's not in a saved state, you might lose the whole thing. So first of all, File, Save. So there's no asterisk. And first thing I'm going to do is make a PDF for web, or something I could put on a website, or something I could send to somebody for their approval, like that. File, Export. Give it a name. I'll just call this Rubbish 1. Tell it where to go. I'm going to just put mine in class files. And then you've got a choice. Is it Adobe PDF Interactive or Adobe PDF for print? Now, if it's going to go on a website or you want to send it to somebody for approval, choose Interactive, because all that means is it's going to be RGB. Whereas if you want to print it, it's going to assume you want it to be CMYK. So I'm going to choose Interactive. Save. And this is where I tell it what I want it to do. Now, if I say all pages, it's just going to put all of the pages in. I've got a choice. I could say, do I want them as individual pages, or do I want them as left and right page spreads like this, which is also going to have a problem because it's going to put page 1 next to page 2, and then this page next to page, again, page. I can fix that in Acrobat. I can't fix it here. Most often, my choice is to go with pages. But if you've got content across a double page spread, you might want to choose spreads. For now, I'm going to leave mine on pages. View, fit page, layout, default, don't change them. View after exporting, good idea. Then you don't have to go look for it. None of this stuff matters. Compression. This is only important if you've included images. JPEG, maximum 144. That's what you want. If you know that it's only ever going to be wanted for on-screen use, you could choose 96, but 144 means somebody could print it as well. So if you're sending it to somebody for approval, they might want to print it so they're looking at a hard copy. Some people really like to work from hard copy. And that is the maximum resolution you'd need for a laser printer or an inkjet printer. Advanced. Good news. You don't change anything. Security. Now, that's up to you. You can password protect your document. In which case, the person who's going to look at it has got to have that password to either open it or edit it or print it. So it's up to you. But assuming that this is now done, I'm going to click Export. There's overset text on these pages, 1. Now what that means is, on page 1, there's a text frame with a red cross at the end. This is it. This is page 1. Now if I know that it's not a problem, I can ignore this. If you don't know for sure that it's not a problem, you really should cancel and go check and find out what the problem is, because you might be missing a few lines of vital text. But in this case, I don't care. Okay. The other warning I'm going to get is this document uses CMYK colors, and in the interactive PDF, everything's going to be converted to RGB. So it's just warning me that colors may change. Okay. And now it's making the PDF, and there it is. And there's page 1, 2, and so on, with all my page numbers in place. Grand. And it's that easy. You'll notice there aren't any bleeds. You don't do bleeds on interactive documents. Nobody's going to cut them. So it's whittled down to the A4 page size, and that's what we're seeing. So interactive PDFs are a doddle. Now we'll do CMYK, a bit more tricky. I'm going to close this one, go back to InDesign. The file's actually still saved, but I'm going to save it just in case. File, export, as before. This time I'm going to choose Adobe PDF Print, and I'll call it Rubbish 2. Save. Same thing, where do I want to put it, but different window. This is the export PDF high quality. And up here you've got a list of choices. Anything with square brackets around it comes with InDesign. Anything else is something I've created. Never choose high quality print. Ever. There are only 2 of the presets that you should consider if you're sending something for print. Now this is in the notes, because this is very important stuff as far as I'm concerned. This determines how well something's going to print. Now the reason I don't choose high quality print is this. If I go to output, there is no color conversion, which means if there's an image in my document that's RGB, and it is going to change horribly, when I look at the PDF after I've finished this, I won't see any problem because it won't be the CMYK PDF. It'll still be RGB. And that's why I don't ever use this. So what I use instead is either pressed quality or PDF X1A. Now pressed quality is good. It's a solid platform. It's not quite as fine-tuned as PDF X1A. So it's kind of like driving somewhere in a Fiat Punto and driving somewhere in a Ferrari. That's a bad analogy, but one's a bit more of a tricky drive to control, but it's a nice drive, and the other one, yeah, you'll get there. That might be a bit lumpy, but you'll get there. So with press quality, output, all the colors are converted to CMYK. With PDF X1A, all the colors are converted to CMYK. PDF X3, PDF X4, you'd think, well, they're even later, surely they're better. No, there's no color conversion. And there's no color conversion here either. Now, it doesn't matter what you've done to your images. If they don't convert properly to CMYK, you will not be able to tell when you look at the PDF what's going to happen when it prints. And that can be a very expensive mistake. So this is just intended to head off those mistakes before they happen. So I'm going to choose PDF X1A because it's my fave. Back to the General tab. I want all my pages as pages. Even if I'm sending something like this for print, I'll choose pages because it's better if the printer puts them together in the spreads themselves, and they have software that will do that. I can't. There's no point me outputting it as spreads if they're going to have to build the spreads themselves. View PDF after exporting, good. Nothing else here matters. Compression. Now this is important. It says bicubic downsampling to 300 for images above 450. Now that's actually a bit silly. That second number really should be 300. Anything above 300 should be downsampled to 300 because that's what you're going to print at. And you don't lose any quality by doing that, but you might lose a big chunk of space, a file size that you didn't need. Compression, automatic JPEG, maximum, always, maximum quality. Might be a big file, but your images will be perfect. I would change this as well to 300. I'd change this to 1200. That's all it needs to be. Monochrome means it's either black or white pixels, or it's just two colors of pixels, and not actually one, it's two. And you do need much higher resolution for a monochrome image. Grayscale images have a lot of, it's called hinting. I can show you an example of that. So you see this where it says 0? Looks nice and crisp and clean, doesn't it? Okay, I'm going to take a picture of that. And I'm going to go to Photoshop and open it. Where'd it go? There. That's it. And it still looks nice and crisp and clean. But if I enlarge that, it's not even black and white or gray and white. There's all these shaded pixels around the edge of stuff. And that's what makes it look smooth from a distance. And if it wasn't doing this, if those pixels were truly either just black or white, that would look horrible. Wouldn't look anything like that. It would look really clunky. So that hinting is very important. And if you've got an image that is just black and white, you need much, much higher resolution than you do for an image in order to smooth it out. Compressing text and line art, this CCITT group 4 is a non-lossy form of compression. It works really well. Crop image data to frames, good. If you've got a frame with a bit of a big image in it, you don't need the rest of the image, crop it to the frame. Marks and bleeds. This is where printer stuff comes in. All printers marks. Use document bleed, include slug. Now in the end, you can save this as a preset. And it doesn't matter if you've got those checked and you're doing a document that doesn't have a bleed, doesn't have a slug, doesn't matter. It's just that if you do have a bleed or a slug, it will include them. These are all okay. Click on output. We know that's all right. It's going to convert it to CMYK. Don't bother with that's a profile I put in. Don't worry about that. It won't have that on yours. Advanced. Don't change anything, especially don't change this. But this means every character of every font you've used is going to be included. Security. You cannot password protect PDF X1A. Summary. I have never met anyone who reads it. We don't need to read it either. All it is a list of what we just did. So I'm not going to bother. But if you wanted to save all of this as your own PDF profile to use in the future, you could now click on Save Preset, give it a name, click OK. It will then appear on this drop-down list from that day forth, and you won't have to go through this whole process again. But I'm just now going to click Export. I've still got overset text on page 1. Yep, I know. I won't get the warning about RGB to CMYK. And there it is. And if I do Command 0, that's my full page view. Now I did have a bleed on this, so I told it to include the bleed. I did have a slug, so I told it to include the slug. So there's a bit more space around the page than you might otherwise expect. The inner marks here, if I cut along those, that would trim to an A4. The outer marks would trim to the bleed. These are called registration marks, and they actually appear in a color called registration. Now, normally you don't use that because it's all 4 colors CMYK at 100%. And if you use that on a document that's going out for print, you just destroyed it. It cannot print. So don't use registration. So you use registration for tiny little things like these guys that are going to be trimmed off and thrown away anyway. These are the color bars I told it to add. If I scroll down a bit, you can see they're on every page. And that gives the printer exactly what they need to print the job. Now here's another useful little thing. Now let's go back to a page. That'll do. Page I've got a bit of text. I want to check to see if this is accurate or not. Now what you can do is you click on the word Tools, and then you start to type the word Output Preview. And then you click on it. And the Output Preview window appears. It's trying to hide. There we are. And all my 4 process colors are listed. Now I can turn them on and off. And if I turn off black, all this text should disappear. Like that. That one thing tells me that almost for sure my PDF is fine. This color is made up of magenta and orange, magenta and yellow. If I turn off magenta, there it is in yellow. If I turn off yellow, there it is in magenta. I don't think there's any cyan in it. If you've got only one color, it shows in grayscale or black. So that's how you can test drive the PDF afterwards and make sure it's all okay. And that essentially is how you make both kinds of PDF. I made it by 4 o'clock. How about that? Any questions about making PDFs?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Oh, there's two about the print PDFs. So my printer often says they have to be print ready. So I'm assuming it's just the thing that you've just gone through, right? That would make it print ready. That's what he means.
Yeah, that produces a print ready PDF.
And then sometimes we have to do double page spreads. And I know before when you're on the print, going through the print options, you said don't tick spreads because the printer would know that it was in a spread or something.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm putting double page spread, so for example, it's an advert, so it would be double page spread. Wouldn't I need that? If I'm just saying in the advert, wouldn't I need to have that in the spread or no?
Well, you might. Let me show you some of the possibilities here. So I'll go back into Photoshop and I'll close that. And I'll just make a new document here. Oops. Okay. So if you got a double page spread, now ignore my lumpy writing. Pathetic. And you've told the PDF process to generate trim marks. You've got trims here, and here, and here, and here. But in the middle, you've only got these. So when you cut the 2 pages apart, you've got that instead of that. So that just can make life a little bit more tricky for a printer. Now, the scenario that you've mentioned, I think you said you've got an ad that runs across a double page spread. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. In fact, in the PDF, both those pages are separate objects anyway.
Okay.
And the reason for that is, well, let me ask you, how many pages is your PDF, maybe?
So I don't do all of them. I only do like a couple of pages or sort of pages here and there, but sometimes I have to do DPS pages.
Yeah, okay.
So it would be part of a magazine, so it would be part of a much longer magazine.
Right.
Bigger magazine.
I mean, it's certainly not going to be a problem if you do a double page spread for an ad like that. That'll be fine. I'm sure they'll probably be just used to dealing with that. You know, it's not going to be a problem. And I would only do it in pages as a kind of a courtesy to a printer if I know the sort of process they're using. But I'll show you one sort of example of why it can be important. So let's say I've got an 8-page document. Now, if you take a sheet of A4, fold it in half, and then fold it in half again, you've effectively got an 8-page document. It's just nobody trimmed the top off yet. And if you put that down on the desk in front of you so that all the loose corners are in the bottom right corner, and then go through and just number them 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, right the way through to 8, then unfold it, you'll find out that the way the pages lay out on that A4 is not as straightforward, 1 and then 2 and 3 and then 4 and 5. It's totally different. 1 is opposite 8. They're upside down. 2 is opposite 7. 3 is opposite 6, and so on. The only place where they're making sense is pages 4 and 5 in the middle, the center page spread. And so that's what the printer has got to take care of. They take apart your PDF and they reassemble it in the format they need to print it, which might be like that unfolded PDF. So that's the most common scenario. If you're doing an ad that spans 2 pages and it's its own thing, sure, it doesn't matter. I'll put it as a spread, and I'm sure, they can deal with that, no problem. They'll be fine.
Okay. And then I would have to, when I'm setting up the page to begin with, I'd have to make sure there's no leads and things in the middle.
Definitely.
Okay.
You might even want to check out whether you should just do it as a single A3, landscape A3, which is like two portrait A4s side by side. And that's another option. Now, if you do that, that's a single item. And, I would want to talk to the printer and say, hey, how would you like me to do this? Would that make it easier for you or harder? Because it might make it harder. But it's always worth having, if you can, sort of a dialogue with a printer that makes them know that you're trying to help them out, because otherwise working with printers can be really scary. And it's hard to get the answers that you want and hard to get things taken care of the way you want them to be taken care of. But if you try and help them, if they know that you're trying to help them, it's great. Then it really works.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, welcome. Anyone else got a question?
No, I mean, it's been fascinating. It's been fascinating. I'm getting an echo here. I think I've got to go and play with all this.
Okay. You definitely do have an echo. I heard most of that twice.
Yes, sorry.
It's all right. Okay, well, in that case, I think we're done. So, Samantha, thanks very much for coming, and I hope it's really useful. And like I said, if you run into any problems, get back to us. We'll fix it. And
I do actually have another question, but I don't know. I have another question.
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
It's going back to. I've got an echo now.
Mark, I'm sorry, I've got to go off to a meeting, but thank you, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Excellent. Thanks, Laura. Thanks for coming. Excellent. Thanks, Laura. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, I've got echoes all over the place.
Yeah, it's very strange.
Yeah.
Oh, no. So I have imported a Photoshop file onto InDesign.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. However, when I placed it, it's just stuck on the InDesign file, and I can't actually move it around. It just kind of sits there.
Do you have it inside something else, like a text frame?
No, it's just a JPEG, I think.
No, I mean,
no, it's not big.
you might have imported it into a text frame that was already active. Now, if you've got, for example, if you're working in preview mode, you won't be able to see the edges of the text frames, and you might have put the image into a text frame. In which case, you've got very.
But it's just on. It's on a block of colour, so I don't think there's a text thing on there.
Now, if you put it on a block of colour, it's gone into the frame that the colour's in.
Right.
Which
So
it's part of that frame, and you've got very limited choices. So what you want to do when you're bringing in an image is make sure nothing else is selected, and make sure you put it on completely blank, unfilled space.
So outside of the box, you mean?
Even outside the page is a very good place to put them. I usually stack up images around the page and bring them in as I need them.
Okay, no, that makes sense. Okay. Okay.
Cool.
Right. No, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'll give that a go. Thank you.
Okay. If you run into problems, get back to me.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, it's been really, really useful. Thank you.
Very good. And Felicity, I guess I can still see you. I guess you're still here.
No, I am still here, but no, it's been very useful, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I'm not sure how much time I've got to practice with it, since I've got another meeting this evening. But yeah, it's given me lots and lots of thought for my brain.
You've got the rest of your life to practice with it. What's the problem?
Yeah, I mean, what's really useful is listening to some of the discussions. I mean, I don't have I rarely have to print anything.
Yeah.
But that's, yes, what you said about converting to PDFs, really useful.
Good, good, good. Yeah, it's really important stuff. And a lot of people just think, oh, you know, it's the end of the process. We don't really have to bother with that. The printers deal with it. No, they don't.
No. No.
Yes, I didn't realise that.
Okay, well, that's it for today then. I'll go and render these videos that I've managed to take and talk to you again tomorrow.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.